meaningful relationships to lasting happiness. You are all under Kalpataru. Whatever it is that you want to manifest in your life, the reality of your choice is actually possible for you. You have that potential for self-transformation to enrich every single aspect of your life, whatever it is: health, wealth, good relationships, lasting happiness, and enlightenment itself, says Bhagwan. Inside each of you is an enormous potential energy known as the Kundalini Shakti. Kundalini is nothing but your own latent inner potential energy, which you have never used and which you may not even know about. Kundalini expresses through you in 4 different streams known as the 4 inner powers. All these inner powers are the different expressions of the Kundalini energy in your life. The key to health, success, and lasting happiness lies in unlocking the 4 inner powers that are continuously available to you. Can I have an acknowledgement from the team? Are you all with us? Let me have a thumbs up. Please come in front of the camera and let us make it an interactive session. Chayansh, Wong Lee, Kim Lee, Nithyananda. Yes. Thank you so much, Taj. Yeah. So did you go back and receive the darshan, the initiation into listening yesterday? Chayansh Sharma, I'm asking you. You did. Okay, good. Thank you. So inside each one of us is the Kundalini Shakti, which, when awakened, can manifest any reality of your choice in your life. The Kundalini expresses through these 4 inner powers, and the key to health, success, and lasting happiness lies in unlocking the 4 inner powers that are continuously available to you. Though you use these powers every day in your life, you don't use them consciously with a clear intention. Bhagavan says, please understand, all these powers are great energies, just like electricity or wind power. If you handle them properly, they can shower you with everything that you want. But if you do not handle them properly, they will continue to impact your life in negative ways. Understand, electricity and wind power are great energies. You should know how to channelize them and utilize them properly. If you don't do that, it can be fatal for yourself. Similarly, these powers which are lying inside you, when you do not use them consciously with a clear intention, you do not use them properly, they will continue to impact your life in negative ways. So what is the key to create the right space inside you to express your greatest and highest possibility? When you create the right space inside you, all the events of your choice will simply flow into your life without any effort. The universe functions on the law of attraction. The space inside you that you create will be attracting the happenings of your life. When the space inside you is complete with the highest positivity and the highest possibility, you will see whatever that is you want in your life, you will manifest without much effort. Everything that you do will be successful when you learn to use these powers in the right way. You will immediately transform not only your own life, but also the lives of all those who are living around you. So there's enough curiosity created in all of us. We all want this for ourselves, right? Yeah. So let's see, what are those 4 powers? To be able to unlock these great powers inside you, you must first understand a little more about yourself. Whether you know it or not, whether you believe it or not, you have 4 giant powers sitting inside you. They are related to the 4 major dimensions of your life. What are they? Your words, your thinking, your emotions, and your living. Okay? The 4 major dimensions of your life: your thoughts, your words, your emotions, and your living. When you awaken your peak possibility in each of these dimensions, it becomes a great power and support in your life. Please internalize. We are now just on the edge of getting into understanding what these 4 powers are. It is related to these 4 aspects of your life. If you look in, everything about your life boils down to your thoughts, your words, your emotions, and how you live your life, isn't it? So if you can tap into the peak possibility in each of these dimensions, awaken those dimensions in you, it becomes a great power and support in your life. As you can see below, your 4 inner powers are the power of words, also known as Vak Shakti in Sanskrit, the power of thoughts, Mano Shakti, the power of feeling, Prema Shakti, and the power of living, also called as the Atma Shakti. I repeat, meet your 4 inner powers: Vak Shakti, Mano Shakti, Prema Shakti, and Atma Shakti. When you unlock the power of words, you will have the spontaneous intelligence to use the right and the most effective words towards yourself and others. When you unlock the 4 powers, what happens is, with the power of words unlocked inside you, you will have the spontaneous intelligence to use the right and the most effective words towards yourself and others. Imagine, there will be no place for unwanted, nonsensical words, no negative, powerless words that you will give to yourself or to others. There will be no time for any kind of gossip, which is never going to lead you anywhere. When you unlock the power of words, you'll just be using the right words, the most effective words, to cause your own reality and cause others' reality. Every word will come out with so much of awareness and with conscious involvement. When you discover the power of thoughts, you will be able to focus your thoughts to achieve success in your job, relationships, education, finances, and ultimately life itself. The power of feeling teaches you how to launch yourself to the next level of life through empowered responsibility. When the power of feeling is awakened in you, you will become a natural leader, an empowered person where you'll only launch yourself to the next level of life through empowered responsibility. The Ishwaratva in you will get awakened. You are truly enjoying the power of living when you realize that the greatest rewards come when you live your life for others. Bhagavan says, life is for others. As long as we are stuck with the small I mind all the time, irrespective of what you accomplish so-called in life, you will still feel that suffocation inside you. At the end of the day, I and me, when you're caught in that zone, there is so much of suffocation, suffering, and a stink in your very existence. It is only when you start seeing beyond yourself, when that is the time when the power of living is what you are truly enjoying. The greatest rewards will actually start coming to your life. The power of words will be available to you when you practice integrity. So we're looking at what are the keys to these four powers, the four tattvas. The power of words, the key to that is you practicing integrity. The power of thinking will be open to you when you practice authenticity. The power of feeling will be possible when you practice responsibility. And you will have the access to power of living the moment you decide to enrich others. So the four tattvas, the four cosmic principles are integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching. The whole universe functions on this spindle of integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching. We, the Pindanda, the microcosm, and the universe, the Brahmanda, the macrocosm. The microcosm is obviously a part, a hologram of the macrocosm. It is but natural that all of these powers are embedded in each one of us. We may not be consciously aware of the same, but when the awareness happens and you are introduced to these four cosmic principles, you now know how to make these cosmic principles as a part of your own life so that you will awaken the power of words, thinking, feeling, and living. All right, so we just got introduced to the four powers. We'll continue. To understand more about these powers, the four tattvas, the unlocking power of words happen when you start living integrity. What is integrity? It says, your words are your life. Why is it so important to honor your words? Whether you realize it or not, your life is built on your words and your commitments. The words you give to yourself and others form the structure on which your life building itself is built. Words are very important. Why? Bhagavan says, your life is built on the words and commitments that you give to yourself and others, and it forms the structure on which your life itself is built. If your life can be compared to a building, the words that you give to yourself and others is like the foundation of this building. We always say, if the building has to be strong, the foundation has to be strong, isn't it? If the foundation is not strong enough, the building will collapse very soon. So if you do not take care to honor the words that you give to yourself and others, the foundation on which you're building your life is going to be so weak that your life is going to collapse. It has to be free from dust and rust, which means that it has to be free from unconscious patterns. The unconscious words that you give to yourself and others is the dust and rust on your building. The building built upon a rusty, dusty structure cannot last long. It has to be made of pure, authentic, strong steel. In the same way, your life is built on the words and commitments that you give to yourself and to others, and it has to be without any unconsciousness or unawareness. Please take a moment to internalize these truths and cognize them. It has to click with your very being. Like I said yesterday, every word delivered by the incarnation, the avatar, carries with it the energy to transform you as long as you're sitting in that receptive space, in the space of listening. The words and commitments that you give to yourself and to others cannot be with unconsciousness or unawareness. The strength of your life is based on the words that you give to yourself and to others. If your words are conscious, your life will be conscious. If your words are unconscious, your life will also be unconscious. And that is why integrity forms the basis for your life. Integrity is part of your very life energy. It is the energy on which you and the whole cosmos runs. Integrity. Bhagavan defines integrity as you fulfilling the words and thoughts you give to yourself and to others, and thereby experience a state of completion with yourself and with life. I repeat, integrity is you fulfilling the words and commitments, thoughts that you give to yourself and to others, thereby experiencing a state of completion, what we know as Purnatva, with yourself and with life. Integrity is not just about the big commitments that we make in our life. It could be as simple as telling yourself, I'm going to wake up early every morning and practice yoga. Or you telling a friend, let's meet up at 5 p.m. No matter what the word you have given to yourself or to others, honoring it as if it is your life is real integrity. Internalize this truth and see how often in our life we have not honored the words and thoughts that we have given to ourselves and to others. At least society teaches us that, you should honor the words that you give to other people. But it never teaches us that you have to honor the thoughts and words that you give to yourself. At least there is a moral police standing outside to tell you, hey, you told you come and meet, but you never came in, kind of stuff. But we never have understood that we have to honor the words that we give ourselves also, right? So Sanji says, when you have given a word, you have to honor it as your life depends upon it. That is real integrity. Many times, you do not even remember the commitments that you make to yourself or to others because you use your words so unconsciously without even thinking. You do not realize the impact that it can have on others. Whenever you make a commitment and don't keep it up, it will leave a hangover in you or in the other person, which can destroy your self-confidence and the other person's confidence in you. Understand? All your unkept words create a hangover. The words arise from you. They are connected to your very breath. And it always wants to experience a fulfillment. When that fails to happen, you will be broken inside. And that will continuously remain as a hangover till the point of time that it is fulfilled. Unfortunately, what happens when you give a word to yourself and you don't honor it, the next time when you tell, I'm going to do this, you know what? That broken part, that incomplete part inside you is going to come up and show its hand to your face as if I don't know you. How many times you have told this? I'm sure you're never going to make it happen. And obviously, you'll never make it happen because any simple word, like Swamiji says, the simplest to the most big commitments that we make to ourselves, doesn't matter how big or how small it is, when you do not honor, you are out of integrity, the incomplete part will always come up and mock at you. You understand? When that happens, the next time you want to make a commitment, when you want to give a word to yourself, you yourself will not have the confidence that you can pull it off. Similarly, when you have not honored the words that you have given to others, when you say, you know what, I'll do this for you, that person doesn't have any confidence because he knows that you don't keep up your word. It's a big loss, isn't it? Losing our own self-confidence and other people's confidence in us. When you utter unconscious words in your relationships or in your business or anywhere in your life, you will be unaware of what consequences it is going to have in your life. You'll be paying a very costly price. When you are unaware of the consequences of your words, life will always bring shocks to you. If life is continuously bringing shocks to you, understand that you are not living in integrity. Anything that is coming up as a shock, just know that you are not living life in integrity, says Bhagavan. Integrity gives power to your words. Integrity is the key which unlocks the power of words. It has two dimensions. One, honoring the words that you give to yourself. Second is honoring the words that you give to others. Now, who is the first person to hear the words you utter? It is you. So, start using the right words with you. When you honor the words that you give to yourself, your confidence in yourself grows and your self-doubt will melt away. You will become powerful. When you honor the words that you give to others, others' confidence in you grows and your relationship with that person becomes powerful. Are these truths clicking for all of us? Yes. Thank you, Chayansh. What about the others? Nithyananda, Wongli, Imli Choi, Atma Jyotikananda. Thank you, Ma. Guru Prasadini. Yes. Let's continue. Using words consciously with awareness will help you understand the impact of your words on yourself and others. Use the right words and you can see it can immediately change the way you think and you feel about yourself. You will even notice a change in your body's response to a situation when you handle it with the right words. The right words keep your inner space conflict-free and peaceful, visibly improving your health and longevity. Just look at the impact on your life when you start living integrity. Your confidence levels will improve. Your body, the way it responds to a situation, will change. You will have a very powerful inner space that is conflict-free and peaceful. You will have visible changes in your health and you will also live long, says Bhagavan. By creating and expressing the right words to yourself and others, you can actually shape your reality as you choose. When you start living integrity, every word that you talk will become real. Start working with these truths. Sanji says, you don't have to believe. At the same time, don't sit here with a doubt in your head. Big deal, as if this is going to work. Don't do both. Just have the courage to experiment with these truths. Let's take it on. Can I have an acknowledgement for the next week or so? Honor every word that you give to yourself and you give to others as if it is your life. Start living integrity. Literally, the power of Vak Shakti will get awakened in you. Whatever you speak will become the truth. Are you excited to work with this truth? Yes? Good. You can actually shape your reality as you choose it to be. The words that you utter are you. You can create your reality with the power of words awakened in you. You become the words you speak to yourself and to others. If you go on saying, I am sick, you simply will become sick. In the same way, if you constantly tell yourself, I am healthy, your energy will wake up and you will become very healthy. The cosmic energy awakens in your system and makes your declaration as reality. It is very important to choose the right words because you can create your reality with the power of your words. Remember, the words that you utter are you. So, choose your words consciously with awareness. Start living integrity and see life is no longer logical, it becomes magical. When you can actually start creating the reality of your choice with the power of your Vak Shakti. Once, a small town was visited by a saint. A small story basically to tell you the power of words. As the saint passed by a small hut, a woman came to him and begged him to pray for her dying child. Since the saint was new to the town, a crowd gathered around him, curious to see if he could really do anything about it. The woman brought the sick child out to him, and he said a prayer over her. One guy who was standing there starts shouting, do you really think your prayer will help the child when even medicine has failed? After all, they are just some birds, yelled a man from the crowd. The saint turned and started shouting at the man, you idiot, you don't know what I'm doing, you just shut up. The moment the saint said this, the man became furious. His face grew red and hot. How dare you insult me? He shouted at the saint. The saint smiled at him calmly and said, if one word has the power to make you so angry, may not another word have the power to heal this child? A very sweet, simple story to illustrate the power of words. That is the power of words. Now, let us now bring integrity to your words. How? Let's start listening. Understand? Listening brings integrity to your words. When was the last time you really listened to your own words? Bhagavan says, we never ever really listened either to ourselves or to others. When you really start listening to yourself, you will naturally become more aware of the words that you give to yourself and others. You will also have the ability to listen to others' words with integrity. Listening is directly connected to your ability to handle reality as it is without creating your own unconscious ideas and conclusions. I repeat, listening is directly connected to your ability to handle reality as it is without creating your own unconscious ideas and conclusions. When you don't have listening, you always come to a conclusion even before the information is cognized in you. And that is why the very first step of Hindu spiritual practice is Shravana. Shravana, integrated listening. What happens if I cannot keep a word, comes the question. If you do your very best to keep a commitment, but you still find that you cannot keep it, you can complete with yourself and the other person by telling them in advance that you cannot keep up the commitment. The example, like how you said, you told your friend, let's meet up at 5 o'clock, 5 p.m. in the evening. Suddenly something comes your way, you get held up in the office, or something else comes your way, and you're not able to be there at 5. 5 means 5, not even 5:10. Okay. What you need to do is do your best to be there at 5. For some reason, when you reach there at 5, you have fulfilled that word. For some reason, when you're not able to be there at 5 o'clock, you're going to call up your friend beforehand and tell him, you know what, I told you I will be there at 5, but this has come up, so I will not be able to make it. And you recommit. And you tell him, if it is possible for you to meet up later during the day, and your friend is okay about it, you can shift the time for the same day, or you will say, let's meet another day at this time. And when you make that commitment, you should literally do everything possible under your will that you will live that word. So once you complete, you move on without pain or guilt or any other hangover of that commitment. Either fulfill or complete. Understand, completion is also integrity. When you fulfill, yes, it is integrity. For some reason, when you're not able to fulfill, but you complete for it beforehand, even then you are being integrated. Integrity means aligning the words you utter in both your inner and outer space towards completion, towards Purnatva. When you are in the space of integrity, the power of words opens up in you. So when we say completion, what is completion? It is a technique for conflict-free living. Completion means living and acting without any hangover of the past incidents, words, actions, or memories. I repeat, completion means living and acting without any hangover of the past incidents, words, or actions, or memories. Not having a hangover does not mean that you will not remember your past at all. When you are in completion, you will remember past incidents and actions, but they will no longer have the power to cause any pain, anger, or guilt in you anymore. That emotional hangover of the past will not be sitting in your present moment when you complete with that incident, whichever it is. All the negative, powerless emotions that are generally related to the happenings of the past, like anger, guilt, pain, all of that will not be there. You will only remember that happening, that incident, in terms of the words or the actions, but minus all the emotional baggage. That is when you are complete about it. Integrity is a beautiful way to ensure that you do not create incompletion in yourself and others through your words. For all of you getting the understandings right, can I have an acknowledgement, please? Atma Jyotikananda, Kinli, Gnana, Wongli, Chayansh. Okay, Chayansh Verma has messaged. One problem which occurs while living with integrity is that mind which wants immediate sensory pleasure knows that if you make decision, you need to proceed it with integrity through tapasya. So it refuses to take decisions and tends to escape. Yes, let's start living it. When you enjoy the huge benefits of living integrity, your mind will be silenced, Chayansh. What you said is true. For a seeker in the very beginning, or a common man, will always feel, it is too tough, why go through it? It's a big effort, a tapasya, as you rightly put it. But only when you start living these truths and these powers, these shaktis get awakened in you, then you will understand, it's such a small thing that I'm doing, and what is it that I'm getting in my life? You will be amazed with the shower of the miracles in your life. So start doing it, start living it. Like I said, you don't need to believe. At the same time, don't doubt. Just have the courage and the faith to experiment with these truths. When we say faith, it is just saying, hey, let me check it out. Let me work with it. And once you start working and you experience the benefits of it, there is no way you'll go back from that space. Okay? I'm glad you brought that topic up. Yes. So let us now get into the technique for completion. There are two techniques. A technique for continuous completion. Anything from the past that hinders you from participating in life as it happens is incompletion. So completion starts by remembering, reliving, and relieving yourself of those incidents from your past which caused suffering in you. Completion is the only method where you can alter your past. So this is a very powerful technique that has been given by Mahadeva himself. Okay, I will lead you into the understanding in a stepwise process. Identify any one happening of the past which you can remember which caused a certain conflict in you. Okay, like for instance, you were in school and the teacher asked a question. In your enthusiasm and excitement as a 5-year-old child, you put up your hand and you answered the question. Sadly, the answer was wrong. The whole class started laughing at you. When everybody starts laughing at you, you felt belittled. You just gave some words to yourself. I'm a failure. I'm not good enough. All right. And you started crying because everybody is laughing at you. This is a conflict situation of your life. Understand? I'm just giving you an example. Like this, I'm sure for all of us, there have been situations. Chayansh didn't follow. Can you let me know which slide you're talking about? Last one. Okay. We'll come back to that. Let me continue for the benefit of all the other participants, and we'll come back to that. Bhagavan is giving us this very powerful technique for completion. You can just identify any one such conflicting situation from your past which has become a hangover in you. Like this example that I was giving. If you were that child who made a mistake in front of everybody, all your classmates in school, the words that you gave yourself, until and unless you complete with those words that I am a failure, I am not good enough, I always make mistakes, that incomplete child is going to be inside, alive in you, even when you become 25 or 30, and there is a certain situation in your life where you have to stand up and answer in front of a crowd. That child is going to tell you, hey, no, you are not good enough, you always make mistakes, don't make a fool of yourself in the public, so sit down. Are you all able to connect to this example? Right? Okay. So what is the technique to complete with that? The instructions are sit with yourself in a room, lock the door, so that nobody disturbs you. Be seated comfortably in front of a mirror. The mirror should be large enough for you to see your entire reflection. maintain a deep eye-to-eye contact between your body and your reflection. The moment you have a deep eye-to-eye contact, the first thing you will have is tears. Allow it. In the initial stages, when you start doing it, your eyes will go all over. It will start looking at that one small pimple that is coming up. Or you may say, oh, it's time to go and get my eyebrows done. All this wandering will happen for some time. Okay, allow that. Then come into the space where you make a deep eye-to-eye contact between your body and the reflection that you're seeing in the mirror. Your eyes are the seat of consciousness. When you actually make that contact, the first thing that happens is that you will have tears. Allow it. Keep sitting in front of the mirror and talk. Just pour out whatever you want to tell yourself. It is a very, very powerful technique given by Bhagavan. You need to practice it to know the benefits of it. Spend time with you. Understand, you are the most important person in your life and you never make time for yourself. Sit there, talk, and talk. Now, try to identify the earliest memory that created this incomplete understanding in you, which is forming the root pattern of your suffering. Go back to the first few situations in your life when you experienced conflict. Typically, this situation would have happened between the 3rd to the 5th year of your life. Bhagavan says, anything that has become a root pattern inside you, the incident would have happened in this period of your life, between your 3rd year and your 5th year. Go back to the earliest memory that you can get to. Anything that is a memory inside you will always have some pain and suffering to it. There will always be some incompletion to it. The most blissful moments of your life, there was so much of completion, you will not even remember. So go back. When you sit with yourself, initially you may just go back to, yesterday this happened, 1 week back this happened. Don't hold on to these conflicting memories. Go back all the way to the very first memory that you can remember. When tears come, allow that to happen. If anger comes, let it come. When you stand face to face with your past, the pain disappears and the anger disappears. When the anger disappears, understand, it turns into love. Energy can never be destroyed. Anger is intense energy. The anger energy can only be transformed. The anger can be transformed into love. Please understand, when the energy expresses as anger, if the emotion of anger is removed from the energy, it just completely turns into love. Completion will not happen if you just work on that root pattern. Every incident which stems from the root pattern must also be completed. Please understand, you need to go back to the very earliest memory you have had in your childhood and complete this memory, and then complete each and every pattern that you have had till today. We're giving you the basic understandings. Through the session, you will be led through the very experience itself. So please hold on and internalize all these truths. So that was the first technique of continuous completion. We looked at how you go back to the very first memory, identify the root pattern, and then complete for all the other incompletions that have stemmed out from that root pattern. All the incidents have to be completed. That is the technique for continuous completion. The second technique is technique for spontaneous completion. Completion does not mean blindly accepting everything that happens in your life. It simply means not resisting life as it happens to us. The root of all our incompletions is the idea that we carry, life should not be this way. Please internalize, this is a very, very powerful truth. If it clicks with you, you will be complete. Every moment, spontaneous completion will happen. It is not about accepting everything that happens in your life blindly. It simply means not resisting life as it happens to us. Bhagavan says, the root of all our incompletions is the idea that we carry, that life should not be this way. And that is why we spend our whole life asking, why? Why is life so bad? Why did this happen to me? Why do bad things happen to good people? All of these questions stem from that one understanding, the idea that we carry, that life should not be this way. Spontaneous completion or instant completion means simply dropping the wrong understanding that is creating conflict for you in a particular situation. And the good news is that it is possible. Spontaneous completion is simply dropping the wrong understanding that is creating the conflict for you in a particular situation. Next time that you face a crisis or a conflict in life, don't ask the question, why is life this way? Bhagavan says, instead, decide, this is life. So now what? What next? Drop the resistance to the happening and say, okay, this is life. So now what? Do I want to accept it and move on? Do I want to reject it and move on? Or do I change it the way I want? Whatever decision that you make out of this cognition will be right for you. When you act out of completion, you are empowered to resolve any conflict that happens inside you or outside you. This is a very empowering truth and technique. I want you all to internalize this. So I go back on the slide and I repeat, whenever you face a particular crisis or conflict, please don't ask the question, why? Why did this happen to me? You know why? The moment you ask the question, why did this happen to me? Your mind will only come out with powerless cognitions and understandings. Because, I must have done a lot of bad karma in my past, so I'm getting punished for it now. Will be one of the answers. Or the answer will be in the form of, life has always been very unfair to me. I'm very unlucky. These kind of powerless understandings will be thrown at you by your mind, which is the source of all conflict. When you ask the question, why is this happening to me? Instead, ask, this is life. So now what? Do I want to accept it and move on? Do I want to reject it and move on? Or do I change it the way I want? Ask these questions. When you ask these questions, from that complete space, whatever decision that you make out of this cognition will always be right for you. You will be empowered to resolve any conflict that happens inside you or outside you. When you are in the space of completion, you will be given the intelligence and the energy to resolve the conflict. When we live painful memories again and again during the process of completion, one very beautiful thing that will happen is they will lose their power over you. You regain the ability to live spontaneously and stress-free. You start living in integrity, fully harnessing the power of words, and you become a single, unified, integrated being. Your inner space, body, and mind will come under your control. This is what happens when you do completion. All the powerless cognitions that got generated in you, the words that you gave yourself and started believing, this is the way it is. Life has always been unfair to me. I'm the unlucky one. I am bound to suffer. I never get what I want. I'm never loved. I'm never cared for. All these kind of powerless cognitions that have happened from the past incidents, which have continued to remain as a hangover in you and repeatedly, generated the same kind of incidents so that, they become firmly established and take root in you. And you start perceiving life only through that lens. All of that will lose power over you. You will regain the ability to live life with spontaneity and stress-free. You will start living integrity, fully harnessing the power of words, and for the very first time, you will become a single, unified being. Your mind, your body, your inner space, all of that will come under your control. Take responsibility for your words. Taking responsibility for your words is practicing dharma. It is right living. In the Hindu epic Mahabharata, it is said, do not do unto others that which would cause you pain if it is done to you. This is dharma. A very beautiful definition. Do not do unto others that which would cause you pain if the same action or the same words are expressed to you. That is dharma. Whenever you use words, remember dharma and ask, will these words cause pain to me or to the other person? Always be aware of the power and the impact of the words that you utter to yourself and to others. Uttering the right words and feeling responsible for fulfilling them unlocks the power of words in you. Take responsibility for your words. Utter the right words. When you do both, the power of Vak Shakti will get awakened in you. So that was about integrity. Anybody here with questions, clarifications needed, can put up your questions here in the chat box before I move on to the next tattva, which is authenticity. Any questions? With respect to completion itself, I'm sure we'll be having more sessions where you will be doing the practice of completion. Okay, I don't see any messages on the chat box, so I will continue with the next power, the tattva. Thank you, which is authenticity or Shraddha. We spoke about the cosmic principle of integrity. Now we move on to authenticity. Authenticity means living at your peak. A simple definition. Living at your peak is authenticity. Whatever you believe as you, what you project as yourself to others, how you fulfill others' expectations about you, and how you experience life for yourself. Living at your peak in every dimension of yourself is authenticity. See, we all have 4 images. One is the inner image, which is what I believe truly inside me about me is my inner image. Okay. What I project as me to you is the outer image. Then there is a third image, which is whatever I believe about myself or what I show as myself to you, you yourself will have a certain image about me. That is others' image. and there is a life image, how I experience life for myself. In these 4 zones, inner image, outer image, others image, and life image, when you are living at your peak in each of these dimensions, you are living authenticity, says Bhagavan. Authenticity in action is union with divine. Understand, there is a difference between honesty and authenticity. Honesty is a good quality socially. When you are honest, you are morally, socially good. Authenticity is a spiritual quality, says Bhagavan. Honesty is only the first step, the initial step. Authenticity means living the spiritual truths authentically. Yoga karmasu kaushalam. Bhagavad Gita, chapter 2, the 50th verse says, Yoga karmasu kaushalam. Authenticity in your actions is yoga. Continuously expanding your outer image and inner image and fulfilling others' image is authenticity. Taking responsibility, even for what others believe you to be for them, is authenticity. Let me explain this with an example. The outer image, now in the session, for all of us, my inner image, my outer image, when we talk on these terms, the inner image here is, in this moment, I'm sitting here as an Acharya, who is being a conduit to deliver all these spiritual truths that Bhagavan has given for humanity. All right, I have to do this job to my best possibility. That is only my authenticity of my inner image in this moment. How I show myself to you is the outer image, which is of the Acharya. Isn't it? Even in that aspect, in this moment, there should not be anything that is lacking. When I'm presenting myself here as an Acharya to you, I should be in that space of listening also to your questions, to the doubts that you have. I should be clarifying it all and ensuring that these truths are being delivered to you in the best possible manner. Then I am living that outer image also authentically. Others' image, when I am sitting here as an Acharya, you have every right to expect from me to be presenting in a certain way. And it is my responsibility to fulfill that expectation from your side also, as long as it is within this purview of the teacher and the student. I take responsibility for that expectation from you as well, the other's image also. With authenticity, because there is no more space for unconscious living, you will always be aware of the causes and effects that you are playing in your life. Authenticity destroys your fear of failure. It is due to this fear of your possibility that you get into the space of impossible. This is a very powerful truth. Please internalize. When you live your peak possibility, you will no longer be afraid of failure because you know that you're doing your best, isn't it? It is only when you have the fear of your possibility that you get into the space of impossible. But if you live authenticity, you will be in the space of I am possible. Is this truth clicking for all of us? How inauthenticity leads you to fear of failures? As a student, you are expected to be sitting in the space of listening, absorbing all the knowledge that is being transmitted to you. And if there is an examination tomorrow, you should be doing the best so that you score well. That is your authenticity. But if you don't attend classes, you don't do your homework well, you while away all your time, you are being inauthentic to the role of a student. Obviously, tomorrow when you sit for your exams, because of your inauthenticity, the fear of failure will be weighing down heavily on you. Is that making sense? Chayansh, can I have an acknowledgement if you're there? What about the others? Atma Jyotikananda. Yes. When you live your peak possibility, you will walk out of fear of failures. Let's hear from one. Let's hear.
In all power manifestations, same logic works. All of you are empowered with some powers from the time you happen. Nobody comes without any powers. Of course, very rarely, like Skandamata, kids come with all the powers. That is different. But nobody comes without any powers. All of us come with some powers. When the power manifestation starts, what is the impact of that on the existence? That is too important. That is why I am saying the fuel with which you need to fill yourself, integrity-based, authentically inspired, responsible enriching. If this is the fuel with which you are functioning, any power manifestation happens through you will do so much good to you and society. You will be constantly empowered with more and more power. Whether the power manifestation through you is good or bad will be decided based on what kind of inner space you carry. The response happening inside from outside and outside from inside, this matters for power manifestation. No, this matters, understand? Especially for your consciousness to be empowered. Empowering, right? Fueled beings. Beings who function based on right fuel. Your problem is not whether good or bad. Your problem is only whether to be active or tired and bored. Even to be negative, you don't have interest. You need to change the fuel of your body and mind functioning. Pure sattvic food and morning yoga instead of coffee to wake you up. Integrity, authenticity, responsibility and enriching this thought current to keep you alive than any violence or lusty thought currents to keep you alive. Actually, I have seen many people who are so-called successful in the society. That's why it's called society. Because everything is so. No, those people, when they come into the Adhinam, suddenly I see them empty. And they're saying that I was managing $100 million business, $25 million business. How is it possible? No, it was possible there because the fuel was coffee to wake you up. And the intense greed, lust, violence, peer pressure, all that was the fuel. And the whole matrix, Vatavarana, the ambience of absolute stupidity, celebrating the sick mentality. When this kind of ambience happens, yes, you were active. But now suddenly the whole fuel change is happening. Lubrication is different, fuel is different, oil is different. What is the way to wake up in the morning? Not coffee. Yoga. But I tell you, what a way to wake up. Coffee means what? Putting the toxins inside your system to wake you up and flush you up. Understand? While you are living, whether coffee wakes you up or yoga wakes you up matters. Not only to decide the number of years you are going to be in the body, but also the quality of life you are going to have while you are in the body. Understand? Same way, the power manifestation, manifesting powers, its intensity, its quantity and quality is decided by what is the impact of your power manifestation on humanity. If more power manifests through you, is it good for the world or bad for the world? So understand, let the power manifestation happening through you in you manifest as smile, gesture of love, the tear of bliss. I'll tell you a secret. Only in sadness it should be called tears because it will come one drop by drop by drop by drop. In bliss it will always be continuous flow. It should be called as singular, in singular tear, not tears. Understand? If your blood is churned with sadness, it will be memories of past and hopelessness of the future. So the churning will be to and fro. How the spindle is churned and butter is taken out of buttermilk. It will be to and fro. If your blood is churned with bliss, it will be one machine mixing. So it will be continuous flow. Understand? Bliss does not have opposite effect. It will be just either clockwise or anti-clockwise, just one intense spindling movement. That's all. Understand? What I am describing, if you just look in, yes, when there is no looking back, it is bliss. When you look back this side and that side, it is pain. Whenever your blood is churned with the suffering, it will be pains of the past and hopelessness of the future. That is the way the spindle will be churned. And that is why the tears, few, then few minutes, then few, then few minutes, then few, wet, dry, it will be going on. But the bliss tears are not like that. And it will be a continuous one flow, single flow. There will not be any looking this side and that side. Bliss does not refer your past or future. No. When you are blissful, neither you refer about your past, nor you refer about your future. That is why I say, being in Nithyananda is the most powerful spiritual practice for manifesting powers. That's the most powerful way of manifesting powers.
Continue the session on authenticity. Spend the next few minutes writing about all the moments where you displayed lack of authenticity in the last 24 hours. For each situation, find a way to realign yourself back to authenticity. Write it down. With authenticity, you will suddenly see new ideas, new solutions, and new possibilities opening up for you. For instance, you are a mother. There is a certain expectation of your child from you as a mother, right? In your inner image, your outer image, life image, and others' image. The other in this situation is your child. You have not lived that dimension of you with authenticity. Okay, it's just one example that I'm giving. Suppose you're a student. In each of these four dimensions, identify the moments where you displayed lack of authenticity in the last 24 hours. Or let us get more practical. We are now in Paramashivoham Level-1. Right? There is a certain expectation from you in this session, in the program, that you have possibly not lived with authenticity. Whether it was attending, logging in on time, being intensely available in the space of listening, doing the exercises properly, all of that, isn't it? So write it down. It is very necessary to know what the problem is so that we can find a solution. It is only when you look in and start penning down all those moments where you displayed lack of authenticity, will you even be looking at it from the space of finding a solution. Find a way to realign yourself back to authenticity. What will be your new words, new thoughts, new solutions, and new actions that you will be taking up in this zone to reclaim your space of authenticity? Let us all start penning down. You will see, when you take responsibility to live your own peak possibility, a lot of new solutions will open up for you, which you possibly never thought of earlier. Authenticity is living your peak possibility in the four dimensions: your inner image, outer image, life image, and others' image. So look back into the last 24 hours of your life and see where all you displayed lack of authenticity. Even you feeling that life has been unfair is an inauthentic life image. If you have complained about life today, that is again a space of inauthenticity. Others have had a complaint about the way you are presenting yourself to them. There again, you need to take responsibility for that expression of inauthenticity. And see how you can realign yourself back to authenticity. How do you have the best life image, the best inner image, the best outer image, and the best others image? How are you going to make that happen for yourself? Write it down. Only when you start thinking in this direction, you will see that so many new solutions will open up for you. Are you all doing the exercise? Yes, ma'am. I see that you are. I don't know about the rest, so I need to ask. You switching on your cameras is also authentic action in the space of being a student. Let me tell you that. Establish you in the space of positivity. Authenticity will establish you in the space of possibility, peak possibility. Giving your best into every action that you commit is living your authentic self. Whatever it is that you're doing in your life, do it in the best possible way. Are you seeing the new ideas and solutions opening up for you? If you're doing the exercise, you will see that happening. Like Bhagavan said, coffee should not be what you wake up for and wake up with. Yes, Chayansh, thank you for the acknowledgement. The four tattvas, living life with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching others, should be what you wake up for and you wake up with. Align yourself to these cosmic tattvas, the principles. The cosmos will express through you. You just did some action for the sake of it. It's being inauthentic. You perform that action to the best of your ability. Then you're being authentic with it. When you look back into the last 24 hours, you will see so many moments of inauthenticity. Take responsibility to realign yourself back to authenticity. Just start penning down how you will do it. You might have shut doors on so many possibilities because of that inauthentic space. When you decide to become authentic, you will see New solutions open up for you. I could have done it. I didn't. You will respect yourself for the person that you have become when you start living authenticity. And there's never fear of failure because you have given your very best. Are you all still doing the exercise? Please let me know. Okay, Chayansh is done with it, it seems. Anyway, you had to track only the last 24 hours of your life. Guru Prasadini is continuing, so I'll give her a few more minutes. Okay. All right. So we've all introduced to the power of words and the power of thoughts. And we now know that the way to unlock these powers is living integrity and authenticity. We also did a small internalization exercise to identify the various moments in the last 24 hours where the inauthenticity in us we recognized, and we also understood how we could realign ourselves to the space of authenticity. In that small internalization exercise, we understood about completion, much more coming up in the sessions that are to follow. Continue to be tuned in. I thank you all for your active participation. Let's put our hands together now to conclude this session with the Purna Mantra. Please sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu Om Nithyanandam. Thank you. Thank you, Manithika Prasadini. Yes, we'll have the Acharya take over from here. Thank you, Chayansh.
Bhavatītam Triguna-rahitam Satgurum Tam Namami. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Yes. So today we are learning about the four tattvas, the four powers, namely integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching. So in this segment, we will learn more about responsibility. In the previous segment, you learned about authenticity. In this segment, we will be learning about responsibility. How the expansion happens when you take on responsibility. What is responsibility? Yes. So I see there are about 12 participants, including me. Can you all please turn on your videos and be available in front of your cameras? When you are on camera and when you are receiving the powerful truths, it makes a better impact. Yes, kindly turn on your cameras. Okay, so what is responsibility? In Sanskrit, it is also known as upayanam. Responsibility in Sanskrit is known as upayanam. So today we will be understanding the higher truths that is related to responsibility with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Responsibility is a cognition. Responsibility is living and operating from the understanding that you are the source of everything and therefore you are responsible. Please understand, responsibility is living and operating from the understanding that you are the source of everything and therefore you are responsible for all the happenings around you. Let us look at the Shastra Pramana from Ganapati Upanishad, verse 6. सर्वं जगदिदं त्वत्तो जायते सर्वं जगदिदं त्वत्त स्थितिश्स्थिति सर्वं जगदिदं त्वयि लयमेष्यति सर्वं जगदिदं त्वयि प्रत्येति त्वं भूमिरापो अनलो निलो नभः त्वं चत्वारि वाक्पदानि त्वं गुणत्रयातीतः त्वं कालत्रयातीतः त्वं देहत्रयातीतः त्वं मूलाधारस्थितोऽसि नित्यं त्वं शक्तित्रयात्मकः त्वां योगिनो ध्यायन्ति नित्यं त्वं ब्रह्मा त्वं विष्णुस्त्वं रुद्रस्त्वम् इन्द्रस्त्वम् अग्निस्त्वं वायुस्त्वं सूर्यस्त्वं चन्द्रमास्त्वं ब्रह्मा भूर्भुवः सुवरोम्. The translation for the Shastra Pramana. You create all this world. You maintain all this world. All the world is seen in you. So the term you here means each one of you sitting here, each one of you attending the program. So you create all this world. You maintain all this world. All the world is seen in you. You are earth, water, air, fire, and ether. You are beyond the 4 measures of speech. You are beyond the 3 gunas. You are beyond the 3 bodies. You are beyond the 3 times. You are always situated in the Muladhara. You are the being of the 3 Shaktis. You are always meditated on by yogins. You are Brahma. You are Vishnu. You are Rudra. You are Agni. You are Vayu. You are the sun. You are the moon. You are Brahma. Bhur-bhuva Swar. Next Shastra Pramana that has been taken from the Ashtavakra Gita, verse 18.29. Yasyantah syadahankaro na karoti karoti saha nirahankara dhirena na kinchit kritam kritam. He who feels responsibility within acts even when not acting, but there is no sense of done or undone for the wise man who is free from the sense of responsibility. The one who feels responsible is always live in action. For him, there is no sense of done or undone, and for the wise man who is free from the sense of responsibility. So here, let us watch a sharing. Okay, so here we will be looking at one of. Okay, so here Sri Halsyanatha Gurukal, who was a senior retired temple priest of the Arunachaleshwara temple, he shares delightful details of the dedicated temple services offered by our beloved Swamiji as a child. So even as a child, right since childhood, Swamiji has been raised by various gurus. Being an incarnation, he was recognized as an incarnation by his gurus, and he was raised accordingly. So here, the kind of life that Swamiji lived, the way he took on responsibility, how he felt responsible for everything around him, he still happens to do the same thing. He still continues to help humanity by taking responsibility for the whole world. So here, we will watch a short video on how Swamiji used to take responsibility as a child at the Arunachaleshwara temple in Tiruvannamalai, which happens to be Swamiji's birthplace.
அண்ணாமலையார் அண்ணா போற்றி கண்ணார் கமிழ கைடை போற்றி அண்ணாமலையாருக்கு அரோகரா. குரு பிரம்மா குரு விஷ்ணு குரு தேவோ மகேஸ்வரா குரு சாட்சாத் பரபிரம்மம் தஸ்மை ஸ்ரீ குருவே நமः குருப்யோ நமः ஹரி ஓம் ஸ்ரீ ராமலிங்க பாதேப்யோ நமः குருப்யோ நமः. இன்று நான் திருவண்ணாமலை அருணாச்சலேஸ்வர தேவஸ்தானத்தில் என்னுடைய பாட்டனார் வெங்கட சுப்பிரமணிய குருக்கள் சோனாத்திரி குருக்கள் வழியாக ராமலிங்க சிவாச்சாரியார் சாமூர் சிவாச்சாரிய மகனாக பிறந்தவன். என்னுடைய வாரிசு பெரிய குருக்கள் வகையாவை சேர்ந்தவர் நாங்கள். என்னுடைய பெயர் பட்டம் எஸ் ஹாலாசநாத சிவாச்சாரியார். நான் 2 துறையில் இருந்தவன். ஒன்று ஆசிரியராக பணிபுரிந்தவன். அதே சமயத்தில் மூதாதையருடைய ஆன்மீக பக்தியின் காரணமாகவும் என்னுடைய வம்சாவளியின் காரணமாகவும் கோவிலுக்கு நித்திய கைங்கரியம் செய்து கொண்டிருந்தேன். அப்படி கடைசியிலே அண்ணாமலையார் பணி செய்து கொண்டிருக்கிறேன் ஆன்மீக பணியில். அப்படி வழியில் என்னுடைய மகன்கள் 3 பேரும் இப்பொழுது பணியாற்றி கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். நித்யானந்த சுவாமிகளை பற்றி சொல்ல வேண்டுமானால், அவர் திருவண்ணாமலையிலே பிறந்தவர் நித்யானந்த சுவாமிகள். அவர் சின்ன வயசிலே ரொம்ப ஆன்மீக பக்தியுடையவர். கடவுளின்பால் அன்பு மிகுந்து காணப்பட்டு இருந்தார். அவர் தினமும் காலையில் மாலையிலும் கோவிலுக்கு தரிசனம் செய்து வருவார். அப்பொழுது கோவிலிலே நித்திய பூஜை நடைபெறும் போது அங்கே பணிகள் அவருக்கு உண்டான என்ன பணிகள் செய்ய முடியுமோ அதை தீபாராதனை, அலங்கார தீபாராதனை மாதிரிலாம் அழுக்காக இருந்தால் அதை தொடர்ச்சி வைத்து நல்ல முறையில் செய்து வைப்பார். கீழே உள்ளே இருக்கிற தரையை சுத்தம் செய்து வைப்பார். அது மாதிரி பலவிதமான அந்த காலத்திலே சிறு வயதிலிருந்தே அவருக்கு ஆன்மீக பற்றோடு செய்து வந்திருந்தார். கோவிலையும் சில வேலைகளை யாராவது குறை இருந்தால் அவர்களுக்கு பதிலாக இவரும் கிட்டிருந்து ஆன்மீக பணி செய்து வைப்பார். தெய்வத்தில் கூட வருவது, உடலடித்து வருவது, எல்லா பணிகளும் செய்து வந்தார். அதே மாதிரி அத்திஜாமத்திலேயும் கூட இருந்து அத்திஜாமத்திலே பள்ளியறையிலே அவர் ஒரு பணியாற்றி சுவாமியை சுமந்து கொண்டு பள்ளியறை முடித்து வைப்பார். இப்படி அவர் பலகாலம் அந்த ஆன்மீகத்துடைய பணியாக இருந்ததினால் அண்ணாமலையார் அருளாலே அவர்களுக்கு மனம் சாந்தி அடைந்து அவருக்கு ஞான உதயம் பெற்று இப்பொழுது பெரிய சுவாமியாக இருக்கிறார். மிக்க மகிழ்ச்சி. அவருடைய ஆசிரமத்துக்கெல்லாம் நான் போயிருக்கேன். அங்கே நல்ல முறையில் நல்லதாக செஞ்சிருக்கிறார். ஆகவே அவருடைய ஆன்மீக பற்றி மேலும் வளர வேண்டும் என்பது அண்ணாமலையார் அவர்களை பிரார்த்தனை செய்து கொண்டு அவர்களை வாழ்த்துகின்றேன். அப்புறம் நாங்கள் கோவிலில் வேலைகள் ஏதாவது வீட்டில் ஏதாவது விட்டுட்டு வந்தாலோ இல்லது கோவிலேருந்து ஏதாவது எடுத்துக்கொண்டு செல்லக்கூடிய நிவேத்தியம் மற்ற பொருட்கள் எடுத்துக்கொண்டு செல்ல வேண்டும் என்றாலும் அந்த நித்யானந்த சுவாமிகள் அன்போடு பணியோடு அதை வீட்டுக்கு எடுத்துகிட்டு கொண்டாந்து கொடுத்துட்டு திருப்பி கோயிலுக்கு பணிகள் செய்து விட்டு போவார். ஆமாம், அபிஷேகம்லாம் பண்ணாக்கா கூடாத பார்த்துட்டு இருப்பார். நல்ல பக்தர். இந்த போற்றி தமிழ் போற்றி அதெல்லாம் பாடுவார் அவர் நல்லா என்ன அதெல்லாம் நல்லா பார்த்து எல்லாம் செய்வார் அந்த காலத்தில். இந்த இது கூட வந்து பொக்கிஷத்துலேருந்து பொருள்கள் எடுத்துக்கொண்டு வரதுக்கும் அவர் உதவி செய்வார். நகைகள் எடுத்துக்கொண்டு வரது, ஆடைகள் எடுத்துக்கொண்டு வரது, இதெல்லாம் உதவி கோயிலில் என்னென்ன பணிகள் அவரால் செய்ய முடியுமோ அத்தனை பணிகளும் செய்து வந்தார். மிக நல்ல முறை. நந்தவனத்தில் சுற்றி இருக்குது, அங்கே அந்த காலத்துலேருந்து இருக்குது, இப்போ இருக்குது. அங்கேருந்து பூ வரும்போது காலையில் பறிச்சு எடுத்துன்னு வந்து சுவாமிக்கு சாப்பிடுவார், சாப்பிட சொல்லுவார். அதே மாதிரி சாயந்தரத்தையும் கொண்டு உற்சவ காலங்களுக்கு காலை மாலை 2 வேளையிலும் சுவாமியோடு கூடியே இருந்து பணிவிடைகளை செய்வதற்கு மறக்க மாட்டார். கூடிய சாமியை நடை ஆரம்பிக்கிற போது உற்சவம் ஆரம்பம் முதல் முடிவு வரை கடைசி வரையில் இருந்து சுவாமியை பள்ளிகளை சேர்த்து விட்டு தான் வீட்டுக்கு போவார். அந்தளவுக்கு நல்ல பங்கு காணும். வீதி விழா உற்சவத்தில் நிறைய பங்கு கொண்டு அது முடியும் வரை இருந்து சுவாமியை
Understand, today, whole evening you will be doing this process of completion, a very powerful process. I'll give you the exact instruction how to do. Now, before getting into the completion, we will finish one more process you need to do, completing with your feelings. Please listen. Yesterday, completing with the words, that is integrity. Completing with your thinking is authenticity. Completing with your feeling is responsibility. Listen, I'm giving you an example. How the feeling and responsibility is connected. Listen. Sometimes you are watching the TV, breaking news, bomb blast, 150 people dead. Immediately you get up and sit. And the next line, in Iran or Iraq. Okay. How many of you have experienced this? Raise your hand. Means, the moment it is in some other country, what do you do? Means, you feel responsible only for what you think as yours. Clear? Only for what you think as yours, you feel responsible. Understand? Expanding that feeling and making you understand you are responsible for everything. Completes all your incompletions in the feeling level. Listen. One more example. Listen. An old man goes to next village for some work. He's coming back to his hometown, home village, sorry, not hometown, home village, native village. From the distance he sees his house is on fire. That's all. He is rolling on the ground and crying. How a villagers cry, you know. Typical village crying. He's rolling on the ground and crying. His first son rushes towards him and says, Dad, don't worry. Don't you remember just day before yesterday we sold that house. It's not ours anymore. That's it. All his sadness, crying, tears, everything disappeared. And he wiped the eyes and now full of smile. Yes, 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 yes. Now I remember we sold it away. 2 minutes. He's all the sadness disappeared. In 3 minutes, the next son comes and says, yes, Dad, we sold it, but we still have not got the money. Because we have not got the money, it is still ours only. That's it. Again, this fellow started rolling and crying. Now you can see this in your life. When you think you are not responsible, you don't care. We don't bother. Listen. We are all always afraid of responsibility because the moment we think responsibility, oh, so much work. I am already loaded. Too much is in my plate. How many of you sing all these words like a japa every day? Too much is in my plate. I am already loaded. I cannot take anything more. I cannot take up anything more. I am done. These are all like mantra every day we chant. Understand? It is because we have a wrong understanding about responsibility. You forget responsibility is more power. It is more power. Not just more work. Listen. One of the important truths you need to know, whether you like it or not, whether you want it or not, there are some eternal laws, eternal truths. Whether you like it or not, want it or not, you are the source of everything. Please listen. You may, how much ever you try to forget, no, I am not the source. Truth remains as truth. There's some story. Understand? The same way, how much ever you try to forget, You may try your best to forget. No, I am not responsible. My wife is responsible for everything. My son is responsible. My father is responsible for all the suffering I have. Whether you want it or not, like it or not, believe it or not, the truth is you are the source of what you are having, good or bad. Responsibility means living and responding to life from the truth and understanding that you are the source of everything. Therefore, you are responsible for all the happenings in and around you. Listen, I am repeating. Whether you want or not, like it or not, believe it or not, there are some truths exist. Whether Pope turns atheist or communist turns theist, God exists is a truth. Nothing can be done about it, how much ever you deny. The independent intelligence which runs the cosmos exists. Same way, there are some eternal laws which no one can change. We can all start shouting, I went outside the hotel and looked all the side. Himalayas is not there in the Haridwar because I am not able to see. We can all shout. Is our shouting going to take away the Himalayas? It will continue to be there in the Haridwar. Haridwar means entrance to God. Himalayas is the embodiment of Hari, God. Haridwar means entrance to God. So just because we all scream, Haridwar is not going to take away from Haridwar. Himalayas are not going to be taken away from Haridwar. What is this? I went to the roof of the hotel and looked around. I didn't find Ganga. It's a lie. Ganga goes around in Haridwar. We can scream. Is our screaming anyway going to stop Ganga or affect the Haridwar? Affect the Himalayas? Same way, whether we believe or not, there are some eternal laws. Laws of life. Whether you want it or not, like it or not, the truth is you are the source of everything. In Vedanta we have a beautiful word. Drishti Srishti. And Srishti Drishti. You think you see what is, but the truth is you create what is. You create what you want. You don't see what is, you create what you want. Listen. Responsibility means thinking, feeling, living, responding to life from this understanding. I am the source of everything. Therefore, I am responsible for everything happening inside me and outside me, in and around me. Cognizing this truth, living with this truth, cognizing this truth and living with this truth is responsibility. Listen. Immediately we think, how can I be responsible? I am going in the road in the right direction. Somebody comes and hits me. It is this mistake. How can I be responsible? How many of you have this kind of questions? Yes. You may not be responsible, but who is going to suffer? Tell me, who is going to suffer? Listen, you may not be reason, but you are only responsible. You may not be reason, you are only responsible. Listen, people who don't take responsibility even for their actions are animals. People who take responsibility for their actions are human. People who take responsibility for the actions for which they are not reasons, even for those things they take responsibility, they are leaders. Understand? Many times you may not be reason, but if you feel responsible only, you will come out of that situation. You will come out of that problem. How many of you are getting it? If you don't feel you are responsible, are you going to come out of the problem? Are you going to come out of the mess? Whether you are reason or not, who is actually suffering there? We. So be very clear. Life, whether you want it or not, believe it or not, like it or not, whether you take it as a good news or bad news, you are source of everything. Whenever you understand that, you cognize it and process, you feel powerful in the life. Whenever you feel you are not responsible, somebody else is responsible, somebody else is responsible, you become powerless, that's all. Truth empowers you. Ignorance makes you powerless. How many of you want to live a powerful life? Then you should take up the truth in your life. The truth is you are source of everything in and around you. So usually responsibility means oh God, no, we think more work, more I have to think. But listen, when you start taking more responsibility, you get more power. The first thing comes to you is more power. I tell you, So much of attack has been done on me. The media terrorism, that's the word I use. Media terrorists have attacked me. Actually, I am not the reason for the attack done on me. It's complete false lies. I am not the reason for the attack I went through. But I know I should take responsibility. Only then I'll come out of this whole situation. I came out. Now nothing has stopped. No one can do anything. No one is able to do anything. See, all over the world, the mission we took up, we are doing it. When I took up the responsibility in my hand, in my heart, I experienced power. That power naturally gave me the clarity to do what needs to be done. And I'm successful. So listen, from my experience I tell you, responsibility is power, not just work. I'll give you this as experience. Through this process of completion, I'll give you this as experience. We will do a small process to internalize this responsibility, the power of feeling. Identify the various conflicts that exist in your life. Write down all the conflicts. Conflicts means it can be a health issue, or your issue with your spouse, or issue with your boss, or poverty, or issue with your son, issue in your other relationships, anything. Conflicts that exist in your life. Write down all the aspects of each conflict you feel you are responsible for, and all the aspects of each conflict you feel you are not responsible for. I'm giving you an example. For example, you feel conflict with your husband or wife. Something you feel you are responsible, something you feel you are not responsible. Pen down what you think is you are responsible, for what all you think you are not responsible. Like that, each conflict. Poverty. You think, I think I spend a little too much, that one I am responsible, but there are many things I am not responsible. Society is responsible. It cheats me, it doesn't give me money. My boss is responsible. He squeezes me, my blood out of me, and gives me only a few $100s, which I blow it away in one shopping. Whatever you think you are responsible, pen down. You think you are not responsible, pen down. Few minutes, internalize. The second question we will do next. First, answer the first point.
So beautifully explained, what is responsibility? When you start feeling that you are responsible for everything that is happening in and around you, that gives you a power. It makes you powerful. So responsibility is the power of feeling. Law of the cosmos is responsibilism. When you take responsibility, the divine energies support you. From the understanding that was given to us by Swamiji in the satsang that we just watched, now list out the top 5 rubbing points of your life where you continuously experience resistance to your own expansion. See, when you start taking responsibility, it only helps you to expand. Like how we watched the video where the priest of the Tiruvannamalai temple was sharing how Swamiji as a young child took on so many responsibilities. He was multitasking at a very young age. And since he was only connected to Arunachala, doing Arunachala's seva in his own way, his mind was always focused on Arunachala. And that is how he achieved enlightenment at a very young age. That was the priest's version. How he saw Swamiji growing up in the temple premises, taking on responsibility. Now, the whole segment is all about taking responsibility, becoming responsible for everything that is happening in and around us. And we also learned how to do it. Swamiji as our role model, we watched Swamiji sharing about responsibility. Now, let us do an exercise which will help us to internalize all the truths that we just shared, the powerful truths, to have a better understanding and to become more responsible. Let us now do this exercise. Please take out your books and start writing. Yes, take your books. Let's start writing. List out the top 5 rubbing points of your life where you continuously experience resistance to your own expansion. For example, if you feel that you are always forgetting things, you're not able to find things where you left it, you're always rushing in the last minute trying to find things. Now, take responsibility for that part of your life. How to become more responsible, how to become more orderly in your life, keeping things where it needs to be kept, being more disciplined, becoming more aware. So when you bring in responsibility to that area of your life, you will see that you are not only struggling, but you are expanding. Now, there may be many things in your life where you are struggling, where you feel you are stuck and you feel powerless in those situations. Now, list out the top 5 rubbing points of your life where you continuously experience resistance to your own expansion. next step is to relive the major situations where you have faced this friction and completing with those incidents. For example, if you are always running late, if you're not on time, that can be another rubbing point in your life. If you are experiencing any kind of conflict with any relationship in your life, that could be one of the rubbing points in your life. Similarly, if there are any other situations where you have faced friction, complete with those incidents. And once you complete, visualize yourself being comfortable in that expanded space. Whenever you encounter those situations again in your life, bring back the visualization to support you to expand smoothly. See, only when you do this exercise, you will even know what is happening within you. If you don't take time or don't take the responsibility, see, you are here in this program for your own spiritual growth, isn't it? All of us are here. We have gathered here in this platform to help ourselves. So you have taken that first step of being here in this program. Now, when you start aligning to this program, whatever is said, like, shared here, when you start doing it, applying it then and there itself, then you will see that growth happening. Then you will experience the growth or the expansion. So do not avoid these exercises. It is always, see, even if you don't feel like doing the whole thing, at least start writing. When you start writing, you will see that, you will just be pouring out. You will not even know that, all these things were sitting inside within. So start writing, give it that expression. You have a beautiful opportunity to ventilate, to vent out all the suppression that is sitting inside. When you do these exercises, it comes out. And only when it comes out, Swamiji can even burn that pattern. When you bring it to surface, that pattern can be burnt. When you decide to help yourself, the cosmos rushes to help you. When you take responsibility, the cosmos fills you with that energy to take on the responsibility and to execute it in a successful manner. So list down, write down do this exercise and see the benefits. You will have a literal experience once you do the exercise. So let's take some time to do the exercise. Okay, if you have completed the exercise, let's move on. If you're yet to complete it, you can continue to do the exercise whenever you have time, or better to make time for yourself and complete the exercise. So then in the best interest of time, we will move on to our next topic. So we will be continuing to learn more about responsibility in the upcoming segment. Okay, so what is the difference between duty and responsibility? So a lot of us are confused when it comes to understanding responsibility. Doing one's duty and taking on responsibility, there is a wide difference. So in this segment, we will be learning more about responsibility. How to be a responsible leader. What are the actions that you need to take to become a responsible leader? Responsibility is living, and responding means thinking, feeling, acting, cognizing to life from the truth that you are the source of everything. Therefore, you are responsible for all happenings inside you and around you. Let me repeat the definition of responsibility. What is responsibility? Responsibility is living and responding means thinking, acting, feeling, cognizing to life from the truth that you are the source of everything. Therefore, you are responsible for all happenings inside you and around you. For example, a person with eyesight is responsible to give vision to a blind person. The moment you have knowledge, you become responsible to make ignorant knowledgeable. A person with power is responsible to make powerless people to become powerful. But that is what our Swamiji is doing, making each and every person responsible, making the powerless people to become more powerful, and he's imparting all the knowledge that is being downloaded from the cosmos. So he's accessing it directly from the cosmos and sharing it with the whole of humanity to make the lives of each and every person on planet Earth to become blissful. That is a responsibility that has been taken up by Swamiji. So let us learn more about how to be responsible in our daily lives. We will be watching another video where Swamiji throws light on responsibility and how it can become a power.
Who feel responsible for everything, who don't feel responsible for anything. There are only two types of human beings. Listen. People who feel responsible become leaders. People who don't feel responsible continue to be slaves. There are some people don't feel responsible even for their own actions because they forgot their action is going to bring this result. Many times, even when they plan for business, they only plan if it fails, whom they will hold responsible. They don't plan to make it successful. Holding somebody responsible is not going to solve your problem. Plan for success. Don't do, when you plan itself, if you get an idea, if this fails, what to do? Immediately you think, I'll hold him responsible. But you holding him responsible is not going to bring you success. While the thought comes, I'll hold him responsible, cut it. Holding anybody responsible is not going to solve the issue. See to it he is educated to make things successful. Listen. How many of you cognize? Listen. How many of you cognize what I am saying, that when you plan many times in your mind, if you think you can hold somebody responsible, you think you have planned perfectly. Raise your hand. You are wrong. Holding somebody responsible is not going to make the work happen. Listen. Work not done plus valid reason is not equivalent to work done. Work not done plus valid reason is not equivalent to work done. Work done is only equivalent to work done. Anything else is not equivalent to work done. There are some people who work, the only thing they know, how to manipulate the boss. That's all. How to answer the boss. How to manipulate the boss. How to stop the boss pushing him. That's all. With that only one thing, they spend their whole life and retire also. Of course, the day they join the work and the day they learn this art of not allowing anybody to make them feel responsible, they retired. Retirement does not happen. It is not decided based on the day you stop going to the office. It is based on the day you stop taking responsibility. शक्तिशाली व्यक्ति जिम्मेदार है शक्तिहीन लोगों को शक्तिशाली बनाने के लिए धनवान व्यक्ति जिम्मेदार है निर्धन को धनवान स्थिति में लाने के लिए। वैसे ही ज्ञानी का उत्तरदायित्व है अज्ञान लोगों को ज्ञान का मार्ग दिखाना। आप जो भी चीज के मालिक है उस चीज को सबके साथ बांटना आपका उत्तरदायित्व है। You become responsible to make everyone responsible. Listen, there are some category who don't take responsibility even for the actions they do or they are supposed to do, even for their own existence. Because the actions they did not visualize the results are going to come this way.
they don't take responsibility even for their own actions. Second, there are few people who take responsibility for their action. People who don't take responsibility even for their own action remain as slave forever. People who take responsibility for their action live as human beings, a middle class life, one house, one car, one wife, 2 kids, maybe one affair somewhere. A middle class life, what I call neo middle class, happening in India. Life lived as mediocre, middle level, is not going to be fulfilling. There is another one class, people who take responsibility even for others' actions. When you take responsibility even for others' actions, others' irresponsibility, you become leader. Even if you are not reason for certain happening, if it is affecting you, only if you take the responsibility, you will solve it. I'll tell you from my own experience. All the attack, persecution done on me is done by the group of atheists. I am not responsible for the atheism spreading. 30 years before my birth, it started spreading in Tamil Nadu. I am not directly reason, but I am going to take the responsibility to eradicate it because it is affecting my life. Listen, I am not reason for atheism spreading, but because it is affecting my life and my mission, now I am responsible to eradicate it. Only when I take responsibility, even for others' action, I'll be able to solve the problem from the root, at the root level. Whatever may be disturbing you and your life's mission, ध्यान से सुनिए, whatever may be disturbing you and your life's mission, even if you are not reason, you are responsible. Listen, being a reason is different, being responsible is different. Many times, even if you are not directly reason, only when you take the responsibility, it is solved. Leaders are created with a DNA of responsibility. Responsibility is the software for leaders' inner space. कार्य का संपन्न ना होना और उसके लिए वैध कारण होना कार्य के संपन्न होने के बराबर नहीं है. धरती पर केवल तो तारे के प्राणी हैं, ये जो हर चीज के लिए स्वयं को जिम्मेदार मानते हैं और दूसरों व लोग जो स्वयं को किसी चीज के लिए भी जिम्मेदारी नहीं मानते हैं. जब आप अपने जीवन के परिस्थितियों के लिए उत्तरदायित्व नहीं लेते हैं, तब आप एक गुलाम बनकर जीते हैं. जब आप स्वयं के परिस्थितियों के लिए उत्तरदायित्व लेते हैं, तब आप एक साधारण मानव की तरह जीते हैं. और जब आप स्वयं के साथ अन्य लोगों की परिस्थितियों बुनते हैं और ईश्वरत्व की स्थिति का अनुभव कर सकते हैं. ध्यान से सुनिए, अन्य लोगों की परिस्थितियों का भी उत्तरदायित्व लेते हैं, तब आप नेता बनते हैं और ईश्वरत्व की स्थिति का अनुभव कर सकते हैं. Again, I wanted to remind you, if an egg is broken from outside, a life is destroyed. It's the end of the life. Life is killed. If an egg is broken from inside, life is happening. A life starts. If the egg is broken from outside, life ends. If the egg is broken from inside, life starts. If your cognition is broken from outside, you shrink, demolish yourself, destroy, fall into depression. It happens if you are irresponsible. If you stand with responsibility, egg breaks from inside, life starts. एक नेता का सृजन केवल जिम्मेदारी के साथ ही होता है. Not only take responsibility for your actions, take responsibility for everything which affects your life, even if it is others' actions. Only when you feel, when you decide you are responsible, you will even look into the direction of solving the problem. Only then you will solve the problem. Till then, you will be just blaming, he's responsible, he's responsible, he's responsible, he's responsible. All right, blaming each one is responsible is not going to get you successful. Maybe you can manage your boss saying, he's responsible, he's responsible, he's responsible. Why we don't take responsibility? First step in our life, if you are receiving 10,000 rupees salary from your office, you think, for the 10,000 I am taking already enough responsibility. Why should I take more responsibility when they are paying only 10,000 to me? Don't be foolish. Taking responsibility is first going to help you to live an expanded life.
Taking responsibility for yourself, even for others' actions, is going to help you to live an expanded life. So responsibility makes you a leader, it makes you a hero. If you feel you are responsible for something, only then you will even look into that part of your life. Restricting your responsibility should never be allowed. You are a human being. You are responsible for the whole cosmos, not just planet Earth. When you carry responsibility in your being, that very carrying responsibility in your being will raise you to a totally different level. Feeling responsible makes you a hero. So it's time to put all the truths that are being imparted here to practice. Only when you start practicing the truths that are being shared in this program, you will even understand what this program is all about and how it can raise you, it can make you feel powerful. From the state of powerlessness, you move into the state of powerfulness just by becoming responsible. You can start with small things in your life. You can start with the little things in your life, and then you can go on to taking responsibility for the bigger things and embrace the whole cosmos as your very own. Okay. So during the initiation, what happens when you attend this program and when you are in front of the master, and there is a feeling within you, how I wish I become more responsible. Let me start taking more responsibility so that the expansion happens in my life. When you sit with that intention, the cosmos is responding to each and every thought of yours, to each and every vibe of yours. And when you sit for darshan, the master's energy just fills you and it gives you that energy to taking responsibility, to becoming responsible in your life. So if you want to become more responsible, just sit with that feeling, with that intention to becoming responsible and becoming a leader in your lives during the darshan, and then the master will take care of the rest. Now, feeling responsible in your being, you don't need to do any action. You don't need to do any thinking. Decide from your being, you will feel responsible for the whole world. Suddenly, you will see all your actions will have authenticity and your thinking will have integrity. So you have to decide from your being to becoming more responsible, and the rest of all the rest will be taken care by the cosmos. And suddenly you will see that you are a different you, and you will feel that there is some invisible energy that is protecting you, that is giving you, filling you with the required energy that is needed to take on responsibility. Your actions will have authenticity and your thinking will have integrity. Real ownership is constant actions done in perfection. Okay, there is an extract from the Bhagavad Gita which says, Yogaha karmasu kaushalam, which means constant actions performed in perfection, in continuum, creates a feeling of ownership for others and not for you. That is real ownership. Responsibility is living and operating from the understanding that you are the source of, and therefore you are responsible for all the happenings in and around you in your life. Because you are the source of all the happenings in and around you in your life, you are responsible for all the happenings in and around you in your life. When you take responsibility not just for your image about others, but also others' image about you, you expand. You express miracle powers in you. This is the science of Shaktis. Understand? When you take responsibility not just for your image about others, but also others' image about you, you expand. You express miracle powers in you. This is the science of Shaktis. Now, let us look at a small incident that happened in the life of Swami Vivekananda. Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, who happened to be Vivekananda, he is also an enlightened master who lived with an incarnation who was his guru. That is, Ramakrishna Paramahamsa was Vivekananda's guru. One day, Ramakrishna tells Vivekananda, you have to go all over the world and teach. Take my message. Vivekananda is shaken to the core. He shivers and says, not me. So he is shocked when he learns that he has to go around the world and teach and preach his master's message. Now, he does not believe in himself. He didn't believe in himself until that point, and he was shaken when he heard for the first time. So he tells his master that I just want to be in samadhi, that's all. Now, Ramakrishna actually fires him. He says, I thought you will be a banyan tree for the whole world, and you are behaving so cheaply that you want to rest in samadhi, be in samadhi. I tell you, once Vivekananda cognized his responsibility as a cognition and not as work, the amount of work Vivekananda performed, still nobody is able to beat the record. So what we need to do, what we need to understand and learn from this example is cognizing responsibility as cognition, taking on responsibility as a cognition and not as work or load. When we cognize it as responsibility and not as work, then we will be able to take on responsibility simply, and we will be able to execute it in a very responsible manner. Okay, there is another Shastra Pramana from the Bhagavad Gita. Karmanye vadhikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana ma karma phalahetur bhur mate sango stva karmani. Do your duty, do not expect results. Results are caused by the cognitive shift and not by work. Here, Bhagavan Sri Krishna beautifully imparted this truth in the Bhagavad Gita to his disciple Arjuna. He says, do your duty and do not expect results. Similarly, all we need to do is take on responsibility, more and more responsibility, not expecting results. Now, results are caused by cognitive shift only and not by the amount of work that we do. When we imbibe this truth, then taking on responsibility and doing our duties becomes very simple and effortless. Okay, so now we will move on to the next topic. Okay, so now we understood what is duty versus responsibility. When we cognize responsibility, when there is a cognitive shift related to responsibility, when we do not look at responsibility as work, then we will be able to see how we become leaders just by taking responsibility, by having the cognitive shift to take on responsibility not just for ourselves but for everything that is happening around us. Now we will be doing some internalization exercise related to duty versus responsibility. Only when we do this exercise we will be able to understand what is responsibility, how to take responsibility, and how to become a responsible leader. Now, Swamiji beautifully explained the meaning of responsibility. That is, responsibility is living and operating from the understanding that you are the source of, and therefore you are responsible for all happenings in and around you in your life. Now, first step is to identify instances from your life where you put the blame on others or people or place for an unfavorable situation. So we will take 5 minutes to do the first step. That is, identifying instances from your lives where you put the blame on others or people. See, when things are not working, it is very easy to blame others. It is easy to blame others when things don't work in our favor. So the first step here is identifying the instances that is happening in your life where you are blaming others, other people or places for an unfavorable situation. So you're not, for example, you're not able to complete your project. If you are working in an office, you're not able to finish your project on time. And rather than taking responsibility for not completing the project on time, you may be blaming the people in your team members, or you may be blaming the situation for not completing the project. Now look in and identify the exact incident from your life where you are blaming others, other people or places for whatever is not happening. You're not able to finish something. You are experiencing an unfavorable situation and you are blaming somebody else. Look in and pen down the instances from your life. Let's take 5 minutes to do the first step. Yes, now let's move to the next step. So if you have identified the instances from your life where you put the blame on others or people or places for an unfavorable situation, now the second step would be to identify the reason you cognized in that way. What are the facts or evidences that supported you to come to the conclusion that someone else is responsible? Now we will focus on the facts or evidence which supported you to come to the conclusion that someone else is responsible. Now identify the reason that you cognized in that way. Okay. So what are the facts or evidences you will be writing down? You will identify and write down what are the facts or evidences which supported you to come to the conclusion that somebody else is responsible. Now you will be focusing on the facts. You will take 5 minutes to do this step. Okay, let's continue. Now, the third step would be to revisit the situation from the decision. You are responsible. You are the source of everything happening inside and outside. So once you have written down the facts and evidences that supported you to come to the conclusion that somebody else is responsible, in the second step, you have focused on the facts. Now, once you have written down the instances and the facts, now you will revisit the whole situation from the decision that you are responsible. You are the source of everything happening inside and outside. Revisit the situation with this understanding, with this cognition that you are responsible or source of everything that is happening inside as well as outside you. That is what is going to make you a leader. Let us do the third step. We will take 5 more minutes to do the third step. Now sit and internalize the whole thing. So I hope all of you have completed the exercise. If you are yet to complete, you can continue to write in the breaks. During break time, you can continue to do the exercise. Now let's continue. Now, how to break free from our limited cognition, from our old understanding, from the conditionings. How do we break free from all this? Let us understand and let us imbibe the powerful truths here. Usually, we take responsibility based on our understanding of peak of energy. It is actually the other way around. When you take responsibility with integrity and authenticity, the peak of your energy just expands and fulfills the responsibility you are taking up. Okay? What we usually do is we take responsibility based on our understanding of peak of energy. It is not so. It is actually the other way around. Only when you take responsibility with integrity and authenticity, the peak of your energy just expands and fulfills the responsibility that you are taking up. All you need to do is just decide to become more responsible, taking on more responsibility. With that decision, everything is going to change around you. So only by taking on responsibility, since a tender age, Swamiji has been taking on responsibility for everything, not just for himself, his Sangha, but for the whole world. And today, he reigns, he rules the hearts of millions of people. Literally, he is the Lord of the universe, just by taking responsibility and becoming a role model for millions of people across the globe. You can see how his mission has expanded and reached all corners of the globe. Now, we will be moving on to the next topic, that is unlocking the power of feeling, with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham. So the power of feeling is nothing but your ability to realize yourself as the source of all the happenings in your life. This understanding gives you tremendous control over your own life and gives you the power to be a positive influence in the life of others. The power of feeling is unlocked when you recognize yourself as a leader and take responsibility for everything in and around you. Responsibility is the key that unlocks the power of feeling. Understand? Responsibility is the key that unlocks the power of feeling. Let us understand that this through the help of a small story. Once upon a time, there were 4 people named everybody, somebody, anybody, and nobody. Once, there was an important job to be done, but who was to do it? Everybody was sure that somebody would do it. Anybody could have done it, but nobody did it. Somebody got angry about that because it was everybody's job. Everybody thought that anybody could do it because nobody realized that everybody wouldn't do it. It ended up that everybody blamed somebody when nobody did what anybody could have done. So this is how we live our lives. Each one of us, this is how we continue to live. We think that it is somebody else's work, somebody else's responsibility. And we tend to blame others. We get angry. We start judging people, blaming people, framing. This is what we tend to do. But we don't understand that we are responsible for everything that is happening around us. When you start taking on responsibility for everything in and around you, then you can make a change. You can make a change, and when you become the change, everything changes around you. So responsibility is a cognition. It is not work. It is not load. It is a cognition. A person who does not feel responsible even for his own actions lives like an animal. He lives in a very low level of consciousness. A person who feels responsible only for his own actions is a human being. He lives in the middle level of consciousness. So understand, one who does not feel responsible even for his own actions lives like an animal, which means he lives in a very low level of consciousness. A person who feels responsible, at least for his own actions, is considered as a human being, and he lives in the middle level of consciousness. But a person who takes responsibility even for others' actions is divine. He lives in leadership consciousness. So if you are observing that people at office are not doing what they're supposed to be doing, and you continue to blame people or situations rather than blaming, when you take on responsibility and start doing what needs to be done, then you become a leader, and then you'll start living in leadership consciousness. Even though your actions are not responsible for something, taking responsibility even for others in authenticity and irresponsibility makes you a leader. So when we hear about taking responsibility for everything, the biggest question we have in our minds is, how can I be responsible for everything happening around me? I understand that I can be held responsible for what is happening inside me, but how can I be held responsible for what is happening outside me? For example, if an accident happens in my life, how can I be responsible? Everybody tend to ask this question. So listen, there is an important difference between being the cause of something and being responsible for it. Sometimes you may not be the reason for a certain happening, But if it is affecting your life, understand you are responsible for that happening. For example, you may not be the cause of political corruption in your country, but as a citizen of the country, you are responsible for it. You may not be the reason for it, but that doesn't mean that you are not responsible in truth. You need to know that unless you take responsibility, you are neither going to improve the situation nor are you going to expand your inner space. So again, when you start becoming responsible, you start taking responsibility and the expansion starts happening, it sends some kind of fear. Your bigness frightens you. Your expansion frightens you because you're not used to that kind of expansion. You're not used to. You always believe that you are suffocated by your smallness, but in actuality, you are suffocated by your bigness. Whenever bigness is demanded of you, whenever you feel you are being forced to expand, you shrink even further into your comfort zone. Your tiredness, weakness, your powerlessness, all these are nothing but the resistance you have to seeing your own bigness. That is why when someone tells you that you are weak, you're poor, or a sinner, it is so easy to accept. But when someone tells you that you are divine, you are powerful, you are complete, your whole identity starts trembling with fear. But life always demands your expansion because expansion is the not natural law of life. That is why you carry such a deep fear of life, especially life in the form of other people, because people are the most living expression of life. The more you engage with life, the greater the expansion that will be demanded of you. Whenever you're feeling weak, tired, or powerless, the first thing that you need to do is immediately taking on 10 responsibilities and committing to fulfill them within an impossibly short time. This may sound new, this may sound strange to some people, but if you actually do it, you will be shaking your inner space so powerfully with that commitment that there will be no way for weakness and tiredness to grow inside you. So all you need to do is every time you feel weak or tired or powerless, you immediately need to take on more responsibility, additional responsibilities, and commit to fulfill them within an impossibly short time. That is how you will be shaking your inner space so powerfully with that commitment that there will be no way for weakness and tiredness to grow inside you. So we have always felt that responsibility is a burden. That is how we have shrunk. We shrink from our duties, thinking that responsibility is a load. Please understand, it is not a load, it is a power. Responsibility directly leads you to leadership consciousness. As long as you feel responsible only for your family, you remain as the head of your family. When you feel responsible for the whole community, you become a leader of the community. As your feeling of responsibility expands, your leadership quality also expands. The decision to feel responsible for the whole cosmos is enlightenment. So, Swamiji has, just by the way he has lived, there is so much for us to learn from the way he has lived and living. He happens to be our role model. Every time you shrink from doing your duty, just visualize yourself taking on more responsibility and the expansion happening just by taking on that responsibility. Or it is not like limited. You can take on responsibility for anything and everything. Only when you take responsibility and when you succeed, when you are successful, you will have that satisfaction. Then slowly it becomes a habit. Taking on responsibility becomes a part of you. It becomes an innate quality in you to take on responsibilities, being responsible for everything. When the cognitive shift happens, you are a new being. You are no more a powerless being. You move on to becoming a powerful being. Feeling responsible for the whole and declaring to live by your feeling is a responsible declaration, known in Hindu spiritual practice as Nithyananda. Responsible declaration unlocks the power of feeling in you. But the moment you hear that you are responsible for everything happening around you, you think, if I feel responsible for all the garbage on the streets, I will be stuck cleaning it up the whole day, and I will not be able to do anything else. Now it's time to complete with those imaginary complications. Take a little time to let this feeling to sink inside you and be in sync with your actions. It has to sink inside you and be in sync with your actions. And then you will see responsibility will become a synergy, a synchronized energy. Okay, now let us sit and contemplate. Let's take 10 minutes to contemplate. Your bigness frightens you. Complete with those imaginary complications. Allow this feeling to sink inside you and be in sync with your actions. Let us take a few minutes to complete with the imaginary complications. If I take on responsibility, what will happen? Will I be loaded with more work? Will I be blamed? What if I'm not successful? What if I'm not able to complete the responsibility? Now, drop all the impossibilities at the master's feet and complete with all the imaginary complications that are happening inside you. Only when you complete with all the imaginary complications that are running inside and creating a havoc in your mind, When you drop it, you will see that responsibility will become synergy. That is synchronized energy. So understand the science of feeling. You can feel anything as joy or anything as pain. It is your freedom. See, whatever is happening in reality, 99% is happening in your brain. You are creating the reality that is happening. You are giving it words. You are giving it meaning. It is you who is responsible for all the happenings in your life. Right now, the kind of situation you are in, understand, it is you who is responsible. Now, when you start taking responsibility for all that is happening within you, for all the thoughts that are happening, and for all the words and meaning that you are giving to every situation in your life, when you start taking responsibility, you will suddenly see that it is not as bad as you are visualizing it. It is you who is giving power to everything around you. It is you who are deriving a conclusion to everything. You are arriving at conclusion. You are giving it meaning. You are feeling it as joy or pain. Again, everything depends on the way you look at it and you feel about it. It is completely your freedom. So understand, even the greatest achievement can bring pain to you, and even the worst experience can be a joyful learning. You have the ability to decide how you want to feel. Whenever you feel empowered, you are joyful. Whenever you feel powerless, you experience suffering. So again, it is up to you how you decide to look at everything that is happening in your life, how you want to feel about it. All your suffering, pain, anger, guilt, fear, jealousy, frustration, all the negative emotions are nothing but powerlessness expressing in different ways. When you feel responsible for everything that happens in your life, you will feel that everything is joyful because nothing can make you powerless. So empower yourself with responsibility and unlock the power of feeling. How do we do it? What are the steps that we need to take? First is to always act from a space of power and completion. Decide that you will be powerful in any kind of situation. That is when you live like gods. So if you want to remain as a human being, you can continue to remain in powerlessness. But if you decide to become powerful in every situation, that is completion. That is living in complete completion. So always act from a space of power and completion. Start focusing on the solution, not the problem. Expand your inner space and open up new possibilities. Gain a high degree of control over your life. Raise yourself to the next level of success and evolve into a new being. So these are the steps that you can take immediately and evolve as a new being. Let us do an exercise, a short exercise to unlock the power of feeling. Now, write down all the areas of your life where you shrink from expressing yourself fully. The first step, we will be writing down all the areas of our life where you shrink from expressing yourself fully. For example, at work or in relationships. You want to express, but you're not able to express the way you want to express. And you are experiencing that shrinking because you're not able to express yourself fully. You are suppressing and shrinking. So write down all the areas of your life. It could be at work with your boss where you want to express certain things, but you're not able to do it. You can also be experiencing something similar in your relationships. So you can write down any area. It could be at work, in relationships, and it could be any other area. If you are a student, it could be at your college or school with friends. So it could be at any area of your life where you want to express, but you're not able to. Start writing down all the areas of your life where you are shrinking, where you shrink from expressing yourself completely. What is the other person going to think about me? What is the kind of image he or she will have if I express my real intentions? If I express whatever I'm going through, how is the other person going to respond? What is going to happen? Will I lose my job? Will I lose this relationship? So there could be so many things that are happening in your life. So write down all the areas of your life where you shrink from expressing yourself fully. Let's take a few minutes and write down. Okay, let's continue. Now, if you have identified the areas of your life where you shrink from expressing yourself completely, the next step would be for each of these areas of your life, write down the thoughts you have, the words you utter, and the actions you take. So the next step would be to write down the thoughts, the words that you utter, and the actions that you take for each of these areas. Yes. So it could be fear, it could be withdrawal, it could be resistance, it could be anything. So whatever is happening within, identify that and write it down. The words that you utter and the actions that you take. Look in and pen down. Okay, the final step is now to identify where you are not taking responsibility for that aspect of your life, where you are waiting for the external situation to change instead. So the first step, you wrote down the areas of your life where you shrink from expressing yourself completely. In the next step, you wrote down the kind of thoughts that you have, the words that you utter, and the actions you are taking. Now, the final step is you will identify where you are not taking responsibility for that aspect of your life, where you are waiting for the external situation to change instead. What we learned from this whole session on responsibility is when you start taking responsibility, the cosmos fills you with the energy. You become more authentic and there will be more integrity in your thinking. Now, with that understanding, look in and see where you are not taking responsibility. What is that which is holding you from taking responsibility for all the aspects of your life where you feel you are stuck, where you feel you are shrinking, you are not able to move forward, you're not able to expand, you're not able to enjoy that part of your life, you're not able to live wholly. Identify those areas where you are not taking responsibility and where you are waiting for the external situation to change instead. See, when we become the change, when we change, everything else changes around us. We need to understand that. So look in and see where, in which area, which part of your life, which aspect of your life you are waiting for external situations to change instead of taking on responsibility, where you are waiting for things to change externally. Look in and pen down. Now, if you have identified that aspect, or if there are various aspects, various areas in your life, choose any one area and declare your responsibility for creating the new situation you want. That would be the next step. Choose any one area and declare your responsibility for creating the new situation you want. Identify what has to change for that to happen. And once you identify, continue to follow up with yourself sincerely and record your progress. You can take maybe a week and observe and follow up with yourself sincerely and record your progress. What happens when you take responsibility? What happens when you decide to make the change happen? So choose any one area and declare your responsibility. Declare it now. When you do it in this program, see, Master's energy is conducting this program. The whole program, it is his energy, through his energy that it is happening. So you are in this platform because, understand, you are a chosen one. You are a seeker, and that is how you have landed yourself in this program. Now, whatever needs to happen, if you just declare with integrity, with authenticity, when you declare, it becomes the responsibility of the master, the guru, to make it happen. So you can go ahead and do it confidently, choosing any area in your life, any one area in your life, and declaring responsibility for creating the new situation that you want. So declare with integrity and authenticity, and you will see it happening. All these days, what you thought were obstacles, or there was limited understanding, limited cognition, all that is going to break. You're going to break free from all the limitations, and you will see the expansion happening. And you can observe yourself. You can make notes. You can even ask your near and dear ones to observe your actions, and they will be able to help you. They will be able to see the changes that is happening in you, the expansion that is happening in you, and do it sincerely. Do it sincerely. You have the grace and blessings of the master, and he will make it happen only when you declare with integrity and authenticity to taking on responsibility and becoming more responsible. That is going to make the changes happen in your life. And that is how you will be unlocking the power of feeling, just by declaring that you are responsible and you will take responsibility to make things happen. So once you unlock the power of feeling, the next step would be to unlock the power of thinking. So how do you tune your thinking to your peak possibility? The power of thinking is the power to train and tune your thinking to its highest potential. What is authenticity? How to be authentic, how to live authenticity. Whether you know it or not, whether you believe it or not, you can control your mind in the same way that you control your body's movements. You can decide and declare who you want to be. It is possible to train your mind and encourage only the thoughts that are in alignment with your highest possibility, discouraging and completing with disempowering ideas. Is thinking accidental? When you unlock the power of thinking, you will be able to spontaneously focus your thoughts to achieve your highest potential. Constantly functioning at your peak possibility is authenticity. Authenticity is the key that unlocks the power of thinking. Now, what is authenticity? To put it in very simple terms, it is constantly functioning at your peak possibility. That is authenticity. And authenticity is the key that unlocks the power of thinking. So you need to understand that you don't have just one identity as you imagine. You have 4 identities. Yes, you heard it right. You have 4 identities. And at all times, you carry all the 4 identities or dimensions together. The first of these 4 identities is mamakara, or inner image. It is the inner image and experience you carry about yourself. Like, for example, I am healthy, I am ugly, I am intelligent, I cannot tolerate hard work, I love people, etc. These are all examples of the inner image. Okay? So this is what you think about yourself, you feel about yourself, and you carry this all the time. You carry many such inner ideas about yourself. Unfortunately, the idea that you carry about you is always less than what you project yourself to be for others. The second identity is ahamkara, or outer image. It is how you project yourself to others. You may try to project yourself as powerful, talented, honest, helpful, or whatever. Unfortunately, what you project is always far more than what you believe yourself to be. Let me repeat. You may try to project yourself as powerful, talented, honest, helpful, or whatever. Unfortunately, what you project is always far more than what you believe yourself to be. The next identity is others' image of you. The image or expectations that others have about you. This is called anyakara, or others' image about you. How others perceive you may be different from how you project yourself to them. Because people create their opinion about you from the subtle signals you give them, rather than what you openly project. So you can project yourself as a very courageous person, but you may be holding on to certain fears that others may able to see. They will be able to see that subtle signals that you give them. So again, being courageous and from the outside and being fearful from inside is one example. It could be so many other things. You may project yourself as a very generous person, but the other person may be looking at you as a very miserly person. So, how others look at you, the image or expectations that others have about you. Now, human beings are intelligent enough to catch even what you don't say, or especially what you don't want to say. The fourth identity is the life image, which is very subtle because it is not directly related to you. It is called Swa Anyakara or life image. Life image is what you experience life to be for you. For example, you may feel life is lonely or life is complicated or life is scared or scary. Life is always showering me with everything I need. It could be positive or it could be negative, how you look at life. Please understand this is also your identity because it defines the exact experience you will be receiving from people and situations in your life. Authenticity means living at your peak in each of these dimensions. So what happens? You are carrying all the four identities at all times. Now let us understand the source of conflicts. How you arrived at that inner image, how you came to that, how do you cognize the whole thing, your inner image, your outer image, your life image, and others' image. Now let us understand the source of conflicts. The way you think about yourself and the way you project, there is a gap, isn't it? Now let us see how this gap, what is the source for this gap to happen. A thought pattern is a predefined way of responding to any situation based on a powerful past experience like failure, rejection, being punished, being subjected to abuse, or witnessing the death of a loved one. During such moments of crisis, you create an idea about yourself and life, like I am weak, or I am a failure, or nobody loves me, or life is dangerous, so I have to be very careful. Almost all root thought patterns are negative, even the ones which may lead to success in your life, because they are born out of your feeling of powerlessness. So let us understand what is a thought pattern. It is a predefined way of responding to any situation based on a powerful past experience like failure, rejection, being punished, being subjected to abuse, or witnessing the death of a loved one. During such moments of crisis, you create an idea about yourself and life, like I'm weak, or I'm a failure, or nobody loves me, or life is dangerous, so I have to be very careful. Now, almost all the root patterns are negative, even the ones which may lead to success in your life because they are born out of your feeling of powerlessness. So the common root thought patterns are root thought patterns are I am a failure, nobody loves me, I am alone, I am ugly, life is out there to cheat me, I am weak and unhealthy, I am powerless, so I have to please everybody. Life is hard, so I have to be extra smart. Life is too big for me to understand. Now, it could be all of these, or it could be some of these, or it could be just one of this. These are all the common root thought patterns. All thought patterns are based on inadequate cognitions because life is different every moment and you need to respond to it spontaneously. But right now, you are nothing but a bunch of programmed actions and patterns that never let you contact life as it happens. You have many thought patterns, but a root thought pattern is one of the few defining thought patterns that are continuously running your life without your knowledge. Yes. So, all these identities you carry are actually thought patterns that you carry about you. Even others' image about you is an idea that you have created in them. So understand, you are the creator of all your identities. You are the creator of all your identities. When one identity is fighting with another identity, how can your thinking be focused? All your energy is going to be used in reconciling your fighting identities. When all your identities or images are in tune, your thinking will be aligned in one direction. Your thinking becomes clear and sharp like a laser beam, and you will awaken the power of thinking. So it is authenticity. It is authenticity which is going to unlock the power of thinking. When you become authentic, your thinking becomes clear and sharp like a laser beam, and you will awaken the power of thinking. Your thinking goes hand in hand with the way you want to build yourself. These four parts of your thinking need to be completely purified. So look inside and identify the images that you carry about yourself. You can then rewrite what you feel will be the peak possibility, the best qualities you can possess of these four images. You can make 4 columns. You can write your inner image, outer image, others image, and life image. So you will fill those. It can be one, it can be many. There will actually be many, but you would not even have looked in to understand these identities, these 4 images. So it's time to look inside and identify the images that you carry about yourself. And then once you have written down, once you read and write and understand, you can then rewrite what you feel will be the peak possibility, the best qualities you can possess of these 4 images. So let your thinking be always aligned to your peak inner image, peak outer image, peak others image, and peak life image. Yes, Alex Batman. So you are asking a question that you have not, you missed the Shiva Diksha, and if you can watch it on YouTube to get initiated and have Shaktipat, the answer is no. You have to be in Swamiji's presence. You have to be in the live darshan during the Shiva Diksha. Swamiji is watching each and every being. It is not just your physical presence there. He is looking at each and every being and initiating that being into the Shiva Diksha. So it is very important for you to be on two-way, to be initiated into Shiva Diksha. So you cannot have it whenever you want it. You can have it only on the days they are announced. If you missed it in this season, you can have it in the next season. So you'll have to attend the program all the days. So on the next season, the dates will be announced. So you on day 1, Swamiji initiates people into Shiva Diksha. So you have to be there on two-way to receive the Shiva Diksha. You can continue to attend the program now. You can continue to imbibe all the truths. By the end of this program, so much you will see that so much of transformation has happened in you, and it becomes more easy for you to receive the Diksha when you complete this program and you start the next program. That on day 1, you will be initiated into the Shiva Diksha. So please wait for the next dates to be announced, and you can be receiving the Shiva Diksha on that date. You have to be on two-way in the program to receive the Shiva Diksha, and you have to attend the whole day's program to receive the Shiva Diksha. Okay, so let's continue. Yes, so your inner image will be much lower than the identity that you project outside to others. Understand this very important truth. If you can project a higher identity to others, it means that the higher identity is already there in your visualization space, in your thinking space. And whatever you can think of as yourself, you already have the capacity to make that into reality. Now, to begin with, make 2 columns in your workbook titled Inner Image and Outer Image. In the first column, make a list of your top 10 inner images, the beliefs that you carry about yourself. As we saw previously, the inner image could be I am weak, I'm friendly, I'm unlucky, etc. It could be anything. The inner image, only when you look in, you will be able to understand and see what is the inner image that you carry about yourself. In the second column, you can write down the corresponding outer image. For example, from within you feel you are friendly, but how do you project yourself to others? Do you project yourself as a friendly person, or you project as yourself as a very introvert kind of a person? It could be you are friendly, but you're not comfortable with outsiders or with people. When people are around, you're not comfortable. You could be a friendly person, but you may not be feeling comfortable when you are in the midst of people. So that could be your outer image. Sometimes your inner image and your outer image could be the same. You may feel that you are a friendly person from within, but you will also be exhibiting that quality. You can be a friendly person. You will be a friendly person. Sometimes your inner image and your outer image tends to be the same, but sometimes there will be a gap. There will be a conflict. You may feel that you're very lucky from within, but you may also feel that you're not lucky in certain aspects. So you will write down all your inner image about yourself and the outer image, how you project yourself outside. So once you write down your inner image and your outer image, now compare each inner image and outer image you have noted down. So go to the first column and read your inner image, and then read the outer image that you have written down and compare both the images. Wherever there is a conflict, start tuning your inner image and outer image, what you perceive as you and what you project as you to others, by always choosing the higher idea. For example, wherever your outer image is higher than your inner image, decide to tune your inner image to your outer image. Do not reduce what you project yourself to be for others. Increase what you perceive yourself to be for you. So continue to repeat this for every inner image and outer image and compare both identities. Whatever qualities are best in both, choose those and draw a star against all your best qualities. If there are some great qualities in your inner image, you need to raise your outer image to match that. If there are some great qualities in the outer image you project, you need to raise your inner image to match that which you project. Continuously tune yourself to your peak image. So this exercise is to align your inner and outer image. So quickly write down, make 2 columns, write down your inner image and your outer image, and then compare each inner image and outer image you have noted down. So wherever there is a conflict, start tuning your inner image and outer image, what you perceive as you and what you project as you to others, by always choosing the higher idea. So continue to repeat it for all the inner and outer image. So once you have done this exercise, next, what you need to do is finding out what you really want in your life. Now, authenticity in thinking, that is bringing authenticity to your thinking. It has 2 steps. The first step is to find out what you really want in life by sincerely contemplating on what you want your 4 dimensions to be. So Once you've made the list, now write down your best inner image, your best outer image, your best others image, and the best life image, and place it by your bedside or your office desk or any place where you can see it as soon as you wake up and the whole day, where it is visible. You can put it in such a place where it is visible and you are able to see it the whole day. First thing, when you wake up in the morning, read all the best inner image, your the best outer image, the best others image, and the best life image. You can also have it as your screensaver in your phones or your laptops. You can type and have it as a screensaver. Now, identify the obstacles that stop you or distract you from achieving what you want to be, who you want to be, and how you want to be. What is it that is coming in the way to being yourself, to becoming that what you want to become? One of the biggest obstacles for most people is self-doubt, which is a negative thought pattern that happens because of the memory of past failures. So self-doubt is nothing but a negative thought pattern that happens at a very young age. It starts very early in life, and it is because of past failures and the memory of the past failures that we carry. Whichever thought is in alignment with your peak possibility, encourage it, enrich it, and entertain it. Whichever thought is not in alignment with, complete with it. Consciously, decisively complete with that pattern. Go on completing every day with those patterns which are stopping you from achieving your peak possibility. When you start living authenticity, you know the right way of thinking, and you will use your thinking to achieve what you want in life. In Hindu spiritual practice, this is the second step known as manana, authentic thinking. So let your thinking be established in authenticity, continuously expanding you towards your peak possibility. When you achieve a powerful clarity in your thoughts, that makes whatever you think into a success, and then you have unlocked the power of thinking. So to know more about authenticity, you can also watch many discourses on authenticity. You can visit Life Bliss Foundation on YouTube, and you can type the keywords authenticity by Nithyananda. You will find a whole playlist. When you watch more discourses, you have a better understanding. So authenticity is the key to power manifestation. To understand integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and energy, to the 5 phases of Sadashiva. Okay. So with this, we come to the conclusion of this segment. You will be continuing to learn more on the 4 powers, how to apply it in your personal lives. You will be doing more exercises for better understanding. So please continue to attend the program the whole day and receive the initiation. So only when you attend the whole day's program, the initiation will have its effects. When you don't attend the whole day's program and just sit for the initiation, it is only a side effect. It is only partial. It is not complete. So try to attend the whole program for ultimate results. Now let us conclude this segment with the Purna Mantra. Please sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Let us chant the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashivoham Padukarpanamastu Om Nithyanandam. Thank you all for your participation. Nithyanandam.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Let's start our session. Nithyanandam Paramashivoham Level-1 Dvandvatītam Gagana-sadusham Tattvamasya-adilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatītam Triguna-rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Everyone, let's start our sessions today with a power manifestation. So let's start with the third eye power manifestation. So now, please go ahead and post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Is there anyone new here who never participated in the power manifestation? Please do let me know in the chat. So there are some questions that I want to answer. I hope the other Acharya is already answered, but still, I missed Shiva Diksha initiation on 26th. Can I have it on the YouTube to get initiated into Shakti Path? So basically, I have answered this, the question in earlier sessions. Shiva Diksha, you cannot just get from the YouTube. Swamiji initiates you with the Gayatri initiation and Shiva Moola Mantra. It has to be two-way, and only when Swamiji live you can get the initiation, or if you're getting initiation via any video, that has to be plus the, there are certain occasions like that, but not just the YouTube. I just wanted to make it clear. So you can just attend next season. We have almost monthly 2 seasons are happening. No, every month we have seasons program starting. On the day 1 of the program, you can get the initiation. Alex, is it clear? Next season on day 1, please attend to get the Shiva Diksha. Truly, you will not be initiated via YouTube. Am I audible? Thank you. Can I have it tomorrow? Yeah. So please post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. We're going to manifest the power of third eye. Can you all please come in front of camera? Atma Jyotikananda, Nithyananda. Good one. Are you attending for the first time? Actually, your name suggests you did. Okay. Yes. This is yeah. All right. So please post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. So we're going to manifest the power of third eye. You awaken to the powerful presence of the truth, surrender happens. Wonderful. So let's start manifesting the power of third eye. So please sit straight with your head neck back straight line. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. Start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With the space of oneness, manifest the power of third eye. I'm going to project the picture. Chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Taking the picture now, scan through your third eye and manifest the power of third eye.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So Isaac. Okay, I will do what I fix my song. Now let's do one internalization exercise. So, the question. Isaac, yes, question and answer session. It depends. Many times it's not scheduled as such, but he will definitely answer whatever questions you have. Sometimes it may not be verbal, right? So let's do one internalization exercise. So what is tattva? Tattva in Sanskrit means unit principle on which cosmos functions. The principle, the unit principle. What did we learn? Why practice tattva? Why practice tattva? To unlock. So we're just internalizing what we learned so far. So what is tattva? A unit principle of the cosmos. So why to practice? Why practice tattva? To unlock the 4 inner powers. You actually have the power to simply manifest the reality of your choice. The key to health, success, and lasting happiness lies in unlocking these 4 inner powers that are continuously available to you. So what are those powers? The power of words are Vak Shakti in Sanskrit. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, from time immemorial, everyone is so. Their words, they utter the word, they become reality. They have such a Vak Shakti. They have the power of words. Whatever words Sorry. Are you able to hear me? Am I audible properly? Are you able to hear me? Yeah. So the power of words. Everyone used to have the Vak Shakti. If they bless, that become reality. If they curse also, that become reality. Because they always followed the integrity. Integrity used to be the life for them. If they give word, they keep their word more than their life. And the power of thoughts, Mano Shakti. The power of feeling. the power of living. So these four, by following the integrity, the first one, when we follow the integrity, we get the Vak Shakti. And that means whatever you utter will become reality. And when you are authentic, all the time practicing authenticity, you get the thoughts, whatever thoughts, Mano Shakti will become reality. The power of feeling, Prema Shakti, and the power of living. We'll be learning more details of each one of these. What is power of words? Vak Shakti is when you unlock the power of words, you will have the spontaneous intelligence to use the right and most effective words towards yourself and towards others. And what is the power of thoughts? Mano Shakti. When you discover the power of thoughts, you will be able to focus your thoughts to achieve success in your job, relationships, education, finances, and life itself. Just visualize what success you want in life at the moment. Yeah. So the power of feeling teaches you to how to launch yourself to the next level of life through empowered responsibility. Each of these we'll be learning in more detail. And power of living. You're truly enjoying the power of living when you realize that the greatest rewards come when you live your life for others. So let's learn of all these, unlock these four powers we'll be learning today. How are the tattvas and four powers related? We're not done to learn the four tattvas, that means the four principles of life. And we're also talking about the four powers, how they are related. We'll be learning this shortly. Let's get actually in more detail. Now let's learn the more details of the power of words. You have learned the basics of the power of words. Now we are going to learn more details of the power of integrity. Practicing integrity in our life, how we get the power of our words. Let's listen from somebody's own voice to understand integrity. It's a compilation from various satsangs of what Swamiji has spoken in various satsangs.
The first thing I wanted to share with you, nothing is needed from your side other than declaring simple integrity. Just simple integrity, and listen to the satsangs, that is enough. This system is now fully ripe with extreme compassion and life positive attitude. Understand? When I declared my simple integrity to my Guru, Arunagiri Yogeshwara, all I know is what he loves, I will love. What he hates, I will hate. What he wants, I will want. What he does not want, I will not want. That's it. That's what I call simple integrity. You don't even need to struggle, because I'm going to give you the most powerful logic in which Paramashiva functions. Understand? Please, all of you understand this one point. We always think we are too smart. Just by coming to conclusion, we can execute the conclusion. Whenever I try to speak elaborately about vegetarian lifestyle or compassion, people try to intervene and say, Swamiji, what do you want to say? You mean I should be vegetarian, I should drop non-veg, that's all, okay. But whoever talks like that, I've always seen they fail when they start executing. Understand? Listen very carefully. If you try to jump to conclusion without loading yourself with enough powerful cognitions, your conclusions will not be powerful enough to break your patterns. So when you struggle, when your conclusions are not powerful enough to break your patterns, when you struggle, when your conclusions become powerless, you enter into frustration and your anger turns towards Guru and the whole system, science. Understand? Whenever you are not able to make your conclusions into reality, gather more knowledge, more powerful cognitions. The higher logic with which the powerful cognitions can be realized in your system, can become reality in your system. Gather them. Deleting all the wrong ideas you have about life, body, mind, consciousness, time, universe, world, about anything. Deleting all of it and updating yourself with the new software is what I call integrity. Listen, integrity is not moral. It is not moral. It is a frequency. Integrity with me means frequency. You will not come late to the class. Moral means you will be struggling. You really want to come, and you have a reason why you should not come. Absolute hypocrisy. The extreme hypocrisy I have seen is, I really want to be there, Swamiji. I don't want to miss Swamiji.
Lies and lies and lies. See, lies which you yourself believe is called hypocrisy. Hypocrisy, when you express it to others, it's called lies. Lies which you believe is hypocrisy. Hypocrisy is the worst smell. Listen. The simple direct definition of integrity is honoring every word you utter to yourself and others as life. Listen carefully. Thought currents you are entertaining these thoughts going on with yourself. Be careful about your thinking because you are listening. Be careful about your thinking, your thought currents, because you are listening. Even if you think, I am not integrated, the next thought current, is it, I will make myself integrated, or is it, nothing can be done, this is the way somehow I push my life. The second thought current matters. Listen carefully. When I give this integrity definition, honoring every thought current you are cherishing within you and every thought current you are cherishing by sharing with others, honoring it as your life is integrity. The thoughts you share with yourself, I should say thought currents, because with yourself it's not single thoughts, it's like a bunch of flow. With others it's a single thought because it's a words. Listen carefully. With others you share in linear way, one by one by one. With yourself you share bundles and bundles. If you can share bundles and bundles with others, you and he are in extraordinary at oneness. Sometimes some of my disciples, with them I can share bundles of thought currents without expressing much words. That is the way I received my teachings from Arunagiri. Otherwise in 9.5 months, no way I could have received this whole Vedas and Agamas from him. I received from him as bundles of thought currents. Because the oneness was so strong. When you share with others, it is one thought, one thought, one thought. When you are talking to yourself, it's a bundle of thought currents. Whether thought currents with you or thought currents with others, honoring it as life. Integrity is a frequency. Just integrity is enough for you to manifest Sadashiva's state, space, powers, everything. Nothing else is required. Just integrity is enough. You all might have heard, we have a third eye and it gets calcified by the fluoride. Same way, we have one more intra organ called vak, not internal organ. Internal organ is the card box. It's called vocal cord. Intra organ is the vak. Vak is the software of our vocal cord. Third eye. Physically also there's a third eye. And you need a software to operate the third eye. That software is what I am giving as third eye initiation. The physical software, if it is physical hardware third eye, if it is decalcified, we remove it by Panchakriya and vegetarian food, this lifestyle. Same way there's something called vak. It gets calcified by all the lies you uttered from the time you started your life. Understand? Listen carefully. Anything you know and you change, that vak gets affected, means the frequency of vak comes down. If your vak is raised to high frequency, I can give you one initiation, materialize, you will start materializing, that's all. Why the Balasans, the moment I initiate, start manifesting powers, and why the many of the adults are struggling? It is because the vak is in such frequency, the frequency is not even matching. I am in Jupiter, you are in somewhere, Patala, means underworld. Understand, it is a frequency. Getting you to integrity means two things. You declaring from this moment, I will maintain my word as my life. The words I express to others are words I cherish inside. I treat that as life. That is for future. Past decalcification need to be cleaned. Detoxification need to be done. That can be done only by you remembering all the lies you uttered which you are able to remember and completing with them. Strange conclusions you create in your life without simple integrity is what I call virus inside, which continues to keep you as a slave forever. This is the straightforward, most practical solution. You need to understand almost 99% of your conclusions, the cognitions you carry about you, life, strange stupidity. If I wear the black dress today, the whole day will be bad. How you came to the conclusion? If I see somebody in the morning wearing black dress, the whole day will be bad. How you came to the conclusion? Coming to strange conclusions and operating to strengthen those conclusions in your life. Understand what I am talking? I am giving very superficial examples. I can go deeper. Go deeper. When your body is in good energy after a cup of coffee, how you think and perceive, how your cognitions are. When you are tired, bored, body is tired, how your cognitions and perceptions are. See, your cognitions, your irritations, your inspiration or boredom is not logical. It is just a cup of coffee.
It is just few chemicals and hormones. Distrusting your cognitions and trusting integrity as your software. Listen. Just disowning all your cognitions, deciding to catch up with the integrity. Integrity means I'm defining. Every thought current you cherish, you should put your whole being to fulfill it, because every thought current you cherish is a promise you are giving to yourself. Either you put your whole being to complete it, fulfill it, or you drop it and complete it. That's all is integrity towards yourself. Listen, I'll repeat once more. Every thought current you cherish is a word you give it to you. So you should work putting your whole energy to make it into reality. If you are sure you can't make it into reality, complete and drop it. Don't entertain, enjoy anymore. Do not date if you are not going to commit. Same thing outside. Give a word only when you are going to live it. If not, drop it. Just this one, only one, integrity. Replace all your cognitions. Your cognition about God, your cognition about world, your cognition about life, your cognition about society, your cognition about your body, your cognition about your mind. Replace it just with this simple, straightforward integrity. The kind of a transformation you will go through, I tell you. In Ayurveda, there's a very simple one verse by a great Siddha. He gives deathless life, the art of deathless life. Take care, the throat is always clear. You will not have death. Looks so simple. One, that statement is true. Second, all problems start with your throat infection. If you can take care, the pashana, the medicine, is stored in the throat, you will never. In anything you do, you know the first principle. Am I right? First statement. For example, lawyer, he is committed to his client. Doctor, he is committed to life. Engineer, he is committed to the product he is delivering. The first principle of your existence. Being integrated to the first principle of your existence without the fine print footnotes. See, all of you know the first principle of your existence. Am I right? Being committed to that, being integrated to that. All the other utility transactions cannot touch the integrity of your first principle. They may be there, may not be there. But the first principle cannot be compromised. Cannot be compromised. I tell you, first principle brings strength. Understand? Integrity to first principle is strength. That is what Sadashiva calls it as Swadharma. He uses the word Swadharma in Agama. Means your first principle is Swadharma. All of you are very clear about your first principle. Am I right? What is your first principle? Means your declaration about you to the world. All of you know your first principle. Being integrated to that, that's all.
When you say we know the first principle, is it something that changes from time to time, isn't it?
Time to time. Yeah. I should say, the practical application may change time to time, but not the first principle itself. First principle itself does not change time to time. Surely it doesn't change.
You said if someone becomes a doctor, or then he wants to become an engineer.
No, what I'm saying, that time what I said, multidimensional. That I used. Here what I said is, your main commitment. Even if you are doing multidimensional, then your first principle should be, when I am declaring myself as a doctor, I am committed to life. When I am declaring myself as a lawyer, I am committed to client. When I am declaring myself as an engineer, I am committed to the delivery of the product. That's all. So that's the first principle. What I am declaring, that forms my first principle. Your first principle is your Swadharma. And being integrated to your Swadharma, without shaking or letting your integrity be shaken by any of the outcomes and side effects, whether you are praised or blamed or showered, supported or beaten, being integrated to your first principle. Integrity raises the prana level. Integrity, anything which your cognition cognizes. As of now, I can give you an example of how your cognition cognizes anger and lust and even hunger, fear. In that frequency, if you cognize the power of integrity, you will be powerful forever. You will be powerful forever. Not just feeling powerful, you will start manifesting powers. Because if you are integrated to your wife, you will have a very good home. If you are integrated to your boss, you will have a very good office. If you are integrated to Guru, you will have amazing cosmos. Your integrity is directly integrity to me. I was successful in integrity when I was young because I made it very personal. Like I have to get up and run because I'm going to see Arunagiri Ishvara. It was such personal, intimate experience. I became successful in integrity. Not any other logical practices. Practice may make you perfect, not integrated. Cognitive shift makes you integrated. Decision makes you integrated. That is why when you miss integrity, I'm not asking you to practice integrity. I'm making you to decide to be integrated from now. Declarations are decisions of reminding yourself, let me burn me with integrity. Let me awaken me to my integrity. Let the best of me be awakened in me. Let the best of me be awakened in me. Let's make integrity as a cognition today. See, once it becomes cognition, your chemical change, you see, all your sleep, everything is just chemical change, nothing else. If you keep your tube in your mouth and early morning pour the coffee, you will just wake up. Your sleep is nothing but, you are struggling with the whole sleep is nothing but half a cup of coffee. No, really. Romanceless relationships are all nothing but masturbation. Understand? That is why in any relationship, romance is more important than the physical component of it. All your struggle with the sleep or tiredness or boredom is nothing but simple chemical imbalance. If you are feeling sleepy, tired, tell yourself it is not mental, it is just physical chemical imbalance. Integrity will clean it up. When you clear chemical imbalance using integrity, you bring tremendous health to your system. Understand? If you don't sleep because you are watching movie or some other entertainment, Facebook or something else, you may fall sick. But if you don't sleep because you are practicing certain integrity or tapas, you will never fall sick. Only your body will become healthy. Sattvika Ananda person gets, I can't even describe the benefits, because the benefits happening in the physical level, in the muscle memory level, physiological level, psychological level. When the pitta in your brain, that layer of pitta reduces, only then your system develops a power called eating its own dead cells and cleaning up, which is the energy of Rudra. Understand? Listen. Just now, few days before, one fellow got Nobel Prize for Physics. His research project, I studied his research project. Why he got? It is all about the science of how the body is eating its old dead cells and how it can be supported and encouraged. Please listen. For what he got the Nobel Prize now, at least 60,000 years before, elaborately Sadashiva describes. I can give you precise word. Now I think in English they use the word autophagy or something. I can give you the precise word in Sanskrit, in Agama, and the precise principle. Joy in the brain, first thing it does. Maybe some of my Agama masters will want to, 24 hours, last 6-7 days I was with him. When he did read this, don't ask those questions. And precisely, the Sattvika Ananda, what it does, listen, it will clean up the pitta layer in the brain, means that the layer which makes you powerless, tired, and withdraw from the life for no reasons. Actually, when the pitta layer attacks you, suddenly you will feel like frustrated and don't want to get involved with anything. If you come face to face with your mother-in-law or boss, or the people whom you don't want to see what happens to you at that moment, imagine that's the same thing, the pitta layer spreading. Listen, the Sattvika Ananda, first thing, cleans up the subtle layer of pitta, that's one. Second, it awakens the Rudra energy in you, which makes your system eat all the dead cells and dead parts of you and clean up. Just clean up. And this cleaning up is very important to keep you young, to keep you energetic, to keep you healthy, to keep you blissful. As long as this Rudra energy is alive in you, you will not die, you will be immortal. They will be highly efficient, highly integrated. Have a passion for Sattvika Ananda. Have romance with Sattvika Ananda. The non-violent bliss, peaceful bliss, where you don't hurt anybody, but it's joy for you. Grow more and more of Sattvika Ananda in your system. Activities which makes the Sattvika Ananda in your system, you'll become efficient, you'll become integrated, you'll be just glowing, you will be completely healthy. The Rudra energy in you will be so alive. You'll be young forever. It's an amazing beauty technique. Actually, if you're a participant in the Kirtan and jump, I tell you, so much of Sattvika Ananda, biomemory will get into your system. It will help you in every process so powerfully. See, especially when you jump and all that, the bliss is inhaled by every pore of your body. Every pore of your body, the bliss is inhaled. It becomes part of your muscle memory and biomemory. Of course, doing puja is surely Sattvika Ananda, but you don't use the whole body to do puja. But with these kirtans, it's like a whole body is used. The way your body flows with that, I can tell you, the level of integrity you have and the efficiency are the vision about life.
let's do one internalization exercise on this. Whatever you learned on the power of words, integrity, let's do one internalization exercise. So what we learned so far is integrity is honoring every word that you utter to yourself and others. Let's say if you commit to get up, 4 o'clock to do yoga, keep that word, even though you give it to yourself. If you cannot keep it, at least take back, complete that word. Then otherwise non-integrity space is created. So my simple integrity to my guru, that is what? All I know is what he loves, I love. What he hates, I will hate. What he wants, I will want. What he does not want, I will not want. That's it. That's what I call simple integrity. Deleting all the wrong ideas you have about life. Your body, your mind, consciousness, time, universe, all the cognition that you have about everything, about this world, about anything as a matter of fact. Deleting all of it and updating yourself with the new software is integrity. Now, getting back to integrity, let's do this exercise for next 15 minutes. Getting you to integrity means two things. You declaring from this moment, I will maintain my word as my life. Right? The words I express to others are words I cherish inside. I will treat that as life. That is for future. Then what happened to the past, what we did? The decalcification needs to be cleansed. Detoxification needs to be done. That can be done only by you remembering all the lies that you uttered, which you are able to remember, and completing with them. So, all of you now, write down all that, whatever you uttered to others but did not fulfill, or whatever you told to yourself, you commit to yourself, you give word to yourself but did not fulfill. Write down whatever. There may be many, thousands, but if you remember 20 of them, write down that 20 and complete with them. You just say, what does it mean? I declare I'm taking back this word. Right? Simply. Bringing awareness to how many words they're uttering but not fulfilling. This exercise is for that, bringing your attention, your awareness to what you are actually up to. And then, after you declare completion, you take back your words, then declaring that from this moment onwards, I'll be in integrity. Whatever words that I give to myself, to others, I'll keep that word. Or at least I complete. At least I take back that word, complete with that word. So, next 15 minutes, we're going to do this. Any questions on integrity? Let me know. Please start writing. Nithyananda, everyone. So you want to share what are your realizations, and you want to share anything, you can please go ahead and share quickly. Now we're going to move on to the power manifestation of consciousness over matter. The next segment of the session is the power manifestation of consciousness over matter. So for that, you bring your coconuts, and if you do not have the coconut, you can just get a round fruit. Please quickly go ahead and get it, and we'll be doing the power manifestation of consciousness over matter. Yes. Now receive powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Just quickly open the book. 2 minutes. Receive your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Yes. Now please sit straight. Your life is nothing but the totality of the conscious choices that you continuously make. Yes. Now let's start manifesting the power of consciousness over matter. For those of you who are really comfortable, you can move on to the next level. Either you can command the object to move whatever side you want, like move left, move right, or move back, front. You can command the direction it should fall. For those of you who are doing initial level, just place your object, either fruit or coconut, on your palm. The palm should be straight line, and place the coconut on the palm. Now, please sit straight with your head neck back, straight line, and start visualizing Swamiji's form in your third eye. Many thoughts that are coming, just let it come, let it go. You be in the space of manifesting. Now, start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, declare the object on your hand to move, to roll. So intensely chant the Mahavakya.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Continue to chant the Mahavakya and manifest the power of consciousness over matter.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om.
Yes, now all of you please go ahead and share your experience of the consciousness over matter power manifestation. Whether you got a thinking sensation, you feel heavy, you feel lighter, you feel that your object is just lifted up, or it literally rolled down or vibrated, or you feel energetic in the body, whatever is your experience, please post it in the chat. So orange vibrating slightly towards the left. All right, so now we are going to learn the third power, responsibility. We already had the initial session. Now we're going to learn more about the power of the third tattva, responsibility, the power of feeling. Many people think that responsibility is not commitment. Commitment is not responsibility. You can be responsible, totally non-committed. Or you can be committed but never be responsible. Be responsible, not just committed. So what Swamiji says on this on tattva, let's watch from the various satsang compilations about this session.
I'm defining these two words. Responsibility is not commitment. Commitment is not responsibility. You can be responsible, totally non-committed. You can be committed, never be responsible. I'll differentiate. I'll explain. If you are constantly thinking about your future from powerlessness and go on thinking what all can go wrong, your involvement is called commitment. If you are constantly looking at your future from the space of completion and go on looking at what all can go right, your involvement is called responsibility. Listen. I'm the symbol of total responsibility and complete non-commitment. I'm totally responsible, but completely non-committal. If just a devotee who has attended some free program sometime, if he's bitten by a snake, or if he's caught into some accident, or if he's in emergency, one phone call, I'll personally attend and talk to my secretaries or whoever and see to it that constantly is attended and I get a response back, whether healing or whatever. I can help. You will see that responsibilism. Same way, if you live around me, you can very clearly smell I'm completely non-committed to the whole thing. Listen. Any future plan which erupts out of the pattern, what all can go wrong, is commitment. Any future plan which comes out of the completion, what all can go right, is responsibilism. Responsibility. He asked me again, then what is accountability, Swamiji? I said, if you are constantly thinking from what all can go wrong, even if you are committed, you may be accountable, but you will not be accountable. You may be accountable, you will not be accountable. You will just stand and say, yes, this is what I am, what can I do? This is where I am. So understand, this subject is very, very, very confusing and people feel, no. At least in responsibilism, I don't want this to be separated. Because in the name of responsibility, you get a little consolation to worry, space to worry. You are so addicted to worrying. I took away all your possibility for worry. If you are integrated, no worry. If you are authentic, no worry. But if you are responsible, you can continue to worry. In the name of responsibility. Now I am purifying the concept of responsibility. Listen. If you can move based on what all can go right. I am not saying don't look at what all can go wrong. You may not need to look at what all can go wrong if you look at what all can go right intensely. Looking at what all can go right, I tell you, looking at what all can go right gives you the ability to start 2,000 projects. Even if you win in 20, you will be in the space of unimaginable expansion. The mind which looks at what all can go wrong will not even move to the second project. People constantly say, from morning I was making this call, this. Understand? Even when you are doing some action, is your worrying pattern keeping quiet? Is your lust pattern keeping quiet? Is your fear pattern keeping quiet? Even when you are working, doing your work, all the three are functioning. Same way, instead of lust, fear, worry, why can't your planning, celebration, gratitude function? It is just simple training. Whether you function from fear, lust, worry, or function from planning, celebration, gratitude, planning, completion, gratitude. Listen, I am giving you a very important sacred secret as per the yogic tradition. The moment you are born, you reside only in Anandagandha. Anandagandha is the space from which your soul, your consciousness operates in your body. While you are doing all your regular lifestyle routine, either you choose to allow your lust, fear, worry as an involuntary, habitual function, or you can voluntarily build planning, completion, gratitude. Either you can allow involuntarily lust, fear, worry, or planning, completion, gratitude. It is just consciously building. But don't tell me that worst lie. I was busy in this, so I could not do that. You have multiple possibility and multi-dimensional. You are multi-dimensional by nature. While you are working, if you are not planning in a multi-dimensional way, you are worrying or caught in the lust and fear. Be guaranteed about it. This truth needs to really get into your system. This truth needs to really get into your system. Listen. Only then you will understand the difference between commitment and responsibility. If you don't take responsibility, you are beaten black and blue by commitment in the life. When you take responsibility, you are given the reward of the freedom from all commitments.
Cosmos works neither on communism nor on capitalism. It works on responsibilism. What is the responsibility you take in life? What is the context you set for yourself in the life? Based on that, he manifests. That's all. He manifests based on that. So the whole Sadashivatva is manifesting for the people who decided to do his work as not just first priority, only priority. See, first priority is different, only priority is different. Because they decided it as only priority, the manifestation becomes totally different, altogether in a different scale. Understand? My initiations are same, I am same for everyone. It is based on their context they receive. So the context sets the consciousness to a different frequency. So what you are, surely I am available for you as much as you can receive. I am available for everyone. See, I am like Ganga. If you come with a cup, carry me in a cup. If you come with a pot, carry me in a pot. If you come with a lorry, fill me in the lorry and go. If you come with a huge container, fill me in the container and go. If you want to make a canal, make it. Up to you. I'll be flowing always. From my side, I neither have favoritism, nor have any yes, no, all that. I just flow. Whoever wants to take whatever responsibility. Responsibilism is the law of the cosmos. Whoever takes responsibility, enjoy powers. The more power manifestation, more divine you become. Understand? Shakti comes with buddhi. Only Siddhi comes without buddhi. Shakti is mother, Siddhi is stepmother. That is why in Tamil, for stepmother and Siddhi both same word. Siddhi is Chitti. Shakti is mother. Understand? First principle about manifesting powers, it will not strengthen your ego, it will only take you beyond ego. First. Second, Manifesting powers means manifesting qualities, state and space of Sadashiva also. Understand? When you manifest powers, naturally the state of Sadashiva and space of Sadashiva starts manifesting in you. I've always seen people who manifest powers have a very high level of integrity and unclutching. Because if they do not maintain that too, the power manifestation will stop. Understand? How much ever you would have paid to buy your cell phone, but unless you charge every day, it will not function. How much ever you may manifest powers, unless the integrity of your life is maintained, it will not manifest. Actually, when you manifest powers, automatically the frequency of your integrity increases. The trust in integrity, trust in authenticity starts increasing. The reasons why you don't live a life of integrity is powerlessness. That starts melting down. With more and more power manifestation, powerlessness goes away. You become more integrated, more authentic. The second principle of power manifestation. Listen carefully. Shakti comes always with buddhi. Means more power manifestation, more integrity. More power manifestation, more unclutching. More power manifestation, more nirvikalpa samadhi. More power manifestation, more joy. More power manifestation, more restful awareness. More power manifestation, more responsibilism. More power manifestation, more enriching. More power manifestation, more bliss. What is power manifestation? Deciding. Listen. Integrity needs your declaration. But power manifestation does not even need your declaration. It only needs your decision. Deciding to be one with the original source, Sadashiva, which is you, even when you don't understand. He was using very few words. That is his beauty. Just with few words, he will make that click happen. You know, first he was trying to tell that everything is one. Few words. Somehow I was looking at him. He was not convinced that the click has happened in me. And many times both my gurus, Upamal and Mibhudanandapuri and Yoganandapuri, both have tried to explain Advaita to me. Annamala Swami even used to read out Ribu Gita. Annamala Swami was one of the enlightened disciples of Ramana Maharshi. Used to read Ribu Gita in Tamil. But somehow the click never happened. But just with few words, no cunning strategies. No cunning strategies are going to work. Shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Understand? Most powerful strategy for manifesting wealth is integrity. Most powerful strategy. If you want 2-digit, 3-digit level money, maybe 1 or 2 lakhs or 1 or 2 crores, then cheating, stealing, all that may work. Robbing the bank, all that may work. But if you are really interested in living with wealth forever, the most easiest and the right strategy is integrity. Decide with responsibility. You will start contributing to the humanity. Understand? Manifesting your cognition is life. Understand? Whatever cognitions, conclusions you have about life in your life, you will go on be manifesting that every day. If you have a conclusion, you are going to fall sick day by day. The more and more you breathe every day, every night, finally, you will manifest that. It is your conclusions you manifest. If you have the conclusion, the cunning methods, cheating, brings wealth, you will only be manifesting that or are waiting to some cunning methodology to click so you can manifest wealth. No. All waiting for cunning strategies to manifest wealth ends in frustration. And then you have a deep negative cognition about wealth. That is not going to happen for me. No. That is not for me. You end up there. In utter frustration. Then even if Sadashiva comes and gives the poetry, hey, go. You will be afraid. No. Who knows whether I am going to get the praise or beating. Listen to this. Fundamentally, the first truth of awakening wealth consciousness, I'm not giving you this as a teaching, I'm giving you this as a software programming. Just internalize and come to this conclusion, that's all. You don't need to practice it. Anything you need to practice. Practice is a 4-letter word for me. Coming to conclusion is all I ask from you. No belief, no faith, no. Coming to conclusion, integrity. The first cognition you need to have, the first conclusion I request you to arrive. No cunning strategy will manifest wealth in your life. You may grab little currency through cunning strategies, but it will never become wealth of your life. I tell you, I'm traveling all over the world. I'm seeing all the culture, country, every background beings. Still now, I have heard at least about thousands of types of lotteries, but not seen a single man who has become permanently wealthy, rich by a lottery. Understand? I have not seen a single man who really became wealthy, stayed with his wealth through a lottery. No. That's the most funny thing. Then what is happening to all the big lotteries going on? The economy Sadashiva is teaching is neither capitalism, nor communism, or socialism. It is responsibilism. The responsibility you take, that decides the kind of the wealth going to be around you. That's it. That's it. The first understanding, conclusion you need to arrive. Integrity is the best strategy for manifesting wealth. Second conclusion, listen. Second conclusion you need to arrive. Whatever I'm talking is not teaching. The moment it is teaching, you will push it into a moral dustbin. All of you have a moral dustbin. Oh, everybody talks. What is there? You know how to dump that. For ages, that moral dustbin is what keeps you as you want, without transformation. You start, my mother all the time tells me to do yoga in the morning, but she doesn't do. Now from that, the moral dustbin starts growing in you. Anything you call it as teaching, you dump it in the dustbin and never do it. I am not giving you any moral teachings. Be very clear, don't push me into moral dustbin. No. I am talking to you. If you come to all these conclusions, you will live wealthy forever. And if you are not able to come to this conclusion, I'll support you, help you by awakening your Kundalini Shakti to see these conclusions as reality. That's all. Anything which is truth goes on strengthening you, even while you are working with it, while you are practicing it. The great truth, Nithyanandoham, Shivoham. I am the ultimate possibility. When you work with this truth, understand when I say I am the ultimate possibility, I mean you are the ultimate possibility. When you are working with the truth, even while you are working, it strengthens you day by day. But anything which is believed, which is not truth, which creates greed or fear in you, weakens you continuously, even while you are believing it, not only after the disillusionment. After disillusionment, you will completely feel powerless. You will feel deprived, cheated. You lost, you wasted. Not that only after you get disillusioned, you will feel cheated and deprived. Even while you are working with it, you will feel powerless. Shivoham. Deciding to work with the truth, Shivoham. Please understand, this truth you can't just believe and keep quiet. The truth is so powerful, it will provoke you to work towards it. It will provoke you to work towards it. Truth uttered by the right person, listened by the right being, provokes you to work towards it. It can never be one more sermon. No. Satsang is not sermon or discourse. After the discourse or during the discourse, you can be sleeping. Continue to be in slumber. But satsang provokes you. Neither during nor after you can be in slumber or sleeping. It provokes you. It awakens you. That's the right word I should use. It awakens you. While you are working with the truth, Shivoham, even while you are working, you have to take the responsibility for it. Don't expect somebody else can take the responsibility for your reality. If somebody else takes the responsibility for your reality, it will never be your reality. Yes, Guru can take the responsibility to make you responsible, not for anything else. Guru can take the responsibility to make you responsible. That is why his love is never appreciated. His love is not the cozy, comfortable feeling you felt in the name of love in your life when you were young. The pattern you believe as love. You cry and your mom rushes you and gives you food or candy. Your dad rushes to you and gives you some sweet and toys, whatnot. Your aunt brings you clothes. Your uncle brings you gift. What you believed as a love, the pattern of action, reactions which you believed as love, you will not experience from Master, from an enlightened being. The love he radiates makes you like him. That is why you constantly feel you will feel energized when you come near the Master, when you are in his presence, when you listen to his words, when you imbibe his presence. But you will not feel
the so-called love. And if you feel what you felt as a love pattern from the young age, from the master also, maybe he is giving you little time to settle down and become comfortable. I do play the role of a father, mother, and uncle for a few days till the transition happens for you. You need to move from that to this, but not more than that. My love will make you responsible for the great truth of Shivoham, for the great truth of your reality. Understand, the truth has to constantly strengthen you. Truth has to constantly strengthen you. Anything which weakens you day by day is a belief. Anything which strengthens you day by day is a reality. Sit and open your whole being and see what all is in you which is strengthening you day by day. Support them. Stand by them. What all is in you which weakens you day by day, complete with them and drop them. Whether it is emotion, beliefs, thought currents, patterns, ideas, theories, theologies, whatever is strengthening you day by day, it is reality. Work with it. Work more and more with it. Whatever is weakening you, whatever is weakening you, be very clear. It is beliefs. It is belief system. Beliefs weaken you while you are with it, after it leaves you. Both. Even after disillusionment, you will repent for wasting your time in those stupid beliefs. The first truth I want you to internalize today. Anything which strengthens you is reality. Cherish it. Meditate on it. Encourage it. Contemplate on it. Awaken it in you more and more and more. Take responsibility for it more and more and more. Anything which weakens you, be very clear, it is a belief system. Belief system either will create fear or greed, because that is the only way it can create the false excitement in you. Please understand, excitement is life.
Now we'll do one internalizing exercise on what we learned. So be responsible, not just committed. So responsibility is not commitment. Commitment is not responsibility. You can be responsible, totally not committed, or you can be committed but never be responsible. Contemplate on this. Just few minutes, contemplate on this. Whatever you learn, few minutes, contemplate. How to find our responsibility versus commitment. So now let's finish. First one, responsibility is not commitment and commitment is not responsibility. You can be responsible, totally not committed. You can be committed but never be responsible. Contemplate. And now
Now let's move on to our next segment. That activity is how to find our responsibility versus commitment. First step is in your notepad, make two columns. In the first column, list down your future plan. What do you want to do in next 2 days, in next week, in next month? Once you're done with step 1, now step 2 is now go over what you have written and check. Any future plan which erupts out of the pattern, what all can go wrong is commitment. Any future plan which comes out of completion, what all can go right is responsibilism. So responsibility is it comes out of completion. If it's not coming out of completion, you say that I'm committed, but it's not responsibility. So pen down commitment or responsibilism at the second column side. Now update your plans from the space of completion. Now we're moving on to the next session. Form manifestation of consciousness over matter. One more round. As usual, for beginners, you can just